Prince, drag him out and beat him to death. Prince, drag him out and beat him to death. Don't hit me, I beg you, don't hit me. I don't want this consort anymore. Return the token to her. I will never dare to do it again. I have personally crushed the only person who treated me with true sincerity. From now on, you shall live here. I will arrange reliable maids to serve you personally. No one will ever dare to upset you again. This must be another one of his torture methods. First, feign tenderness. Let me build up hope and lower my guard. And once I believe him again and give my heart, he will ruthlessly push me into the abyss again. I've seen through this kind of drama long ago. I will never be fooled again. Having brushed past death countless times, I had already given up on him entirely. If you ask me what I regret most in this life, it is definitely that moment of soft-heartedness in my youth when I saved him. Had I not saved him then, there would be no ill-fated marriage in this life, no scars all over my body, and no heart filled with wounds. In the year since I married into the prince's mansion, I was not without allies or status, but my heart had already turned cold toward them. My mother was ruined by his arbitrariness, and now I, too, have been forced into this marriage by his decree, personally pushed into the fiery pit of the sixth prince's mansion. After a dozen years of indifference, why did he choose to meddle in my marriage? What right does he have to manipulate my life? Young lady, has everything been well in the prince's mansion lately? How did you end up in such a state, young lady? How did you come to look like this? Doesn't General Han know in his heart? It wasn't enough for him to cause my mother's death. Now he has personally pushed me into hell. Watching me suffer so much. Is he satisfied now? Go back and tell General Han that I, Ruoxuan, am not worthy of the prestigious military family. From this day forward, my life, death, and fortunes have nothing to do with the Han family. There is no need for him to worry about the wounds on his arm, nor the progress within the prince's mansion. He said he has nothing to do with the Han family anymore. In the end, he really hates me to the core. It was I who personally ruined his life. General Han sent people to apologize repeatedly, trying to ease the relationship, but was turned away again and again. From that day on, he refused to retain even the slightest bit of affection for the Han family. I ruined my daughter, and then buried my granddaughter's remaining years. After learning the full truth, General Han could no longer sit still. He knew better than anyone that every moment of delay now was pushing Ruoxuan 1 inch deeper into the sea of suffering. He wanted to plead for an imperial decree for separation, to find a way out for Ruoxuan. But the palace decrees passed through many layers. The more anxious he became, the more helpless he felt. But this time, he was ultimately still a step too slow. On the other side, the sixth prince finally uncovered the whole truth. It turns out that for the past year, he had been listening to biased opinions, and with cold eyes, he indulged in wrongs, personally driving the person who truly saved him into a desperate plight. Sadly, the truth came too late. And his realization also came too late. From then on, the sixth prince seemed possessed, beginning to make up for his mistakes in a near-obsessive manner, sending clothes, gifting treasures, choosing good servants to ensure her safety, anything he could think of. He made up for one by one, but everything he sent could never earn him even a single glance from her. No matter how much he did, no matter how much sincerity he poured out, Overwatchuan remained cold-hearted and detached, deliberately avoiding him. Ah, they're finally gone. Big sister, don't be so constrained. All these years. How much suffering has she endured? How can there be such heartless people in this world? She shouldn't have had to endure all this. So, the most peaceful days were actually at the villa. Even though it was hard there, at least no one was torturing her every day. But after she was brought back to the capital, everything changed. After returning to the capital, she wasn't facing family, but one round of torture after another. How on earth did she endure it all? Big sister, why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking? No, you just eat yours. Then let me order some light side dishes for you. Don't go through the trouble. Just eat yours quickly. It's a pity to waste so much. Shopkeeper, please help me pack this up. Pack up everything that's left. Shopkeeper, is there a problem with packing this up? No problem at all. I understand, I'll arrange it right away. Yao Yao, are we really going to pack everything up, big sister? Every grain is hard-earned is not just an empty saying. Even for ordinary meals, nothing can be wasted. If we can't finish it, take it back and eat it for the next meal. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hey, are we still going to keep following Master Song? I heard Master Song sprained his waist today. He surely can't walk around anymore. He's probably resting at home. I'm not following him, I'm not. I followed him all morning. My legs are almost dead, I'm withdrawing too. Gossip is sweet, but my stomach is growling too loud. Let's eat first. Haha. Oh my, you can even sprain your waist while out shopping. Can't you learn from your sister to be steady and sensible? I didn't expect to sprain my waist either. Little sister, it was just an accidental injury, not mischief. What are you blindly imitating others for? It's purely asking for trouble. Go get the medicinal oil. Ah, it hurts, hurts, hurts. Gentler, be gentler. Don't mind him, keep pressing. If it hurts, that's right. It's to make you remember a lesson. Let's see if you dare to follow the crowd recklessly again. Are you really my biological mother? I seriously suspect I was picked up from somewhere. Actually, no. You were picked up by the nanny who empties the night buckets. I only took you in out of pity because you looked pathetic. My own mother is really good at roasting people. Days like these are really becoming something to look forward to. It's recovered, it's recovered. But my leg is too painful. You should rest well in bed for now. Tonight, I'll have the nanny come over to apply medicine and give you a massage. She's coming again, mother? Is that really necessary? Rest well, this is non-negotiable. Fine, accept my fate. The Ministry of Personnel official, Qin Hanshan, has no control over his household and lacks moral character. The concubines in his manor are daring and reckless, secretly switching his legitimate daughter. After the true daughter returned, Qin Hanshan not only failed to treat her well, but instead treated her with coldness, neglect, and disdain. Quack, Qin Hanshan's business has finally been exposed. After chasing this big aristocratic scandal for so long, it finally blew up. You say, if Madame Qin finds out that the precious daughter she's pampered in the palm of her hand for over a decade is actually the concubine's illegitimate daughter, will she collapse? But with Madame Qin's love-struck and paranoid nature, and her bias toward her own flesh and blood, who knows, even if the truth is exposed, she might still be unwilling to give up on Qin Mengran. Host, don't worry. Grand Tutor Su has already thoroughly investigated this matter. The evidence is ironclad. Even if Madame Qin refuses to let it go, it is not up to her to be willful and biased. As expected, good and evil eventually receive their due. Relying on his official position to do whatever he wants, and mistreating his own daughter. That's great now. The secret is out. The good days of the Qin family have come to an end. Little do they know, this turn of events in the royal court was already within the emperor's expectations. The emperor secretly sent guards to protect and monitor Song Yaoyao, his hidden guards, had reported all his activities and all the secrets of the Qin family just yesterday. After learning the truth, the emperor was shocked. He never expected that among his own court officials, there would be such an illogical, confused, and absurd official. Minister Qin, do you have anything to say in your defense? Guobilian's intentional approach from the beginning, her deliberate ingratiation, were all part of a calculated plot. Stealing the beam and replacing the pillar, swapping the legitimate daughter, and deceiving me for over 10 years. This person clearly wanted to use my power to pave her own way, and eventually drag me into the abyss. Your Majesty, this subject is guilty. But the matter of concubine was private actions and hidden schemes, acting behind my back, I was completely unaware of. For many years, I have mistakenly believed that Qin Mengran was an orphan, taken in from the outside, and never had half a doubt. I know the inside story. But you, as a high-ranking official of the Imperial court, occupying a high position yet failing to manage your own family, and the mistreatment of your own legitimate daughter is a factual error, which cannot be taken lightly. I sentence you to confinement to reflect on your mistakes, and dock your salary for 3 years as a punishment for your failure in filial duty. If you dare to mistreat your legitimate daughter again, I will punish you severely without mercy. This subject obeys the decree. Your Majesty, this old subject requests that the true Qin daughter, Qin Yuyu, be brought into my manor, to be raised and cared for. Even if Qin Hanshan is strictly punished and ordered to treat his daughter well, it is hard to guarantee he won't continue to mistreat the child in secret. Bringing her into the Grand Tutor's manor to be educated is the best way to offer protection for Qin Yuyu. Granted. This subject impeaches the 6th prince. Ah? Quack, the 6th prince's affairs have also been discovered. He is being impeached on the spot. Ruoxuan is finally going to be freed from the sea of misery. This censor is truly admirable. He doesn't bow before the powerful and wealthy. He stands firm even against a prince. An impeachment is truly a role model for us all, host. Throughout the dynasties, censors have always been like this, speaking up without fear of the powerful. Even if the emperor himself is in the wrong, they dare to advise him directly. Actually, the guards reported all the details yesterday. The emperor already knew everything. Even now, he is still full of disbelief and full of disappointment. In the past, General Han fought on the battlefield, achieving great merit, and spared no effort, staking his lifelong military achievements, just to secure a stable and happy marriage for his granddaughter, Ruoxuan. The emperor liked his gentle and refined appearance, initially thinking it was a perfect union of two strong families, a heaven-sent match. Who would have thought the sixth prince was a thorough two-faced hypocrite? When the emperor heard the inside story yesterday, he was filled with anxiety. He was afraid that if Ruoxuan remained in the prince's mansion, she would suffer a tragic fate, and even lose her life. If this matter were spread to the frontier, and General Han, who gave his all for the nation, learned of it, wouldn't it break a loyal official's heart? At that time, everyone would speculate that I, the emperor, had targeted the Han family, deliberately targeting them, and intentionally pushing the descendants of loyal officials into a fiery pit. Father Emperor, your son is guilty. I hope the emperor will allow the sixth prince and Ruoxuan to separate. Don't let him continue to consume and harm this treasure of a woman, Ruoxuan. Destroying 10 temples is better than destroying one marriage. Why is this Song Yaoyao so insistent on breaking up my marriage with my consort? She's just the daughter of an official, daring to meddle in royal family affairs? How on earth did the Minister of Personnel teach his daughter? Quack, this sixth prince. He looks like he wants to eat me alive. Where did I offend him? I've been just eating my melon peacefully the whole time, and I haven't said a single word. It's not like I exposed his dark secrets. Nor did I tell him to bully Ruoxuan. What does this have to do with me? He believed Baijin's words, if he has the ability. He should go find Baijin to settle scores. What are you staring at me for? Host, don't take it seriously. Don't bother with someone whose intelligence has short-circuited. We should be more generous to those with mental disabilities. You're right. Don't waste breath on idiots. It's not worth it. Disability? This prince is disabled? You're the one who's disabled. Your whole family is disabled. This prince is mentally sound. Just fine, very fine. Earlier, General Han submitted a secret memorial, requesting only for the two of you to separate. Incompatibility, but he didn't mention the original cause. I was full of confusion at that time, not understanding why General Han would suddenly insist on a divorce. But it just happened that Jiangnan suffered from flooding, and I was occupied with government affairs, so the matter was shelved for the time being. Now that I think about it, General Han, who was far away at the frontier, had already known about how you had mistreated and neglected Ruoxuan all these years. And it was only out of complete heartbreak that he begged for that divorce decree with his life. Father Emperor, your son was wrong. Your son truly knows he was wrong. From now on, I will exhaust everything to make it up to Ruoxuan. Treat her well, and protect her safety. I beg Father Emperor, please do not issue the decree for separation. Things have reached this point. It is certainly not something you can brush off with a few words of admission or a few kowtows. Throughout this past year, there have been countless banquets in the palace, and you have shirked them every time, never letting Ruoxuan attend. Your mother the Empress and I inquired many times, and you lied every time, claiming she was unwell, which was obviously a perfunctory excuse. Whether she was really ill, Or you intentionally hindered her, deliberately hiding her away. Have you ever thought about what kind of embarrassing situation this behavior put her in? How was she supposed to conduct herself among the wives of other high-ranking officials? General Han spent his life on horseback, fighting for the country for half his life, and in this life, he has only asked me for two things. The first was to beg for a stable and happy marriage for his granddaughter. And the second was to beg today for her separation so she could escape. Back then, I was blind to people, failing to see clearly, and misarranged the marriage, personally pushing a good girl into the abyss, making her suffer all kinds of misery. Because this started with my own poor judgment, I will personally correct it. General Han's memorial for separation. I grant it. From now on, Owuruakshuan shall be free, and restored to her free status, with her marriage to be decided by herself, with no one able to restrict or interfere. Father Emperor, your son truly knows he was wrong. I beg Father Emperor to rescind the order. Your son absolutely does not wish to separate from Owuruakshuan. The decree has been issued. The water has been spilled and cannot be collected. There is no way to take it back. If you truly repent, then start over from the beginning. Win Owuruakshuan back with your true heart. I won't stop you. But I will never allow you to force her in the slightest. Only when she is willing to nod in agreement. Can I bestow a marriage upon you two again? Finally, the separation. The whole world celebrates. Owuruakshuan has completely escaped from the sea of misery with the scumbag, regaining her freedom. So satisfying. Look at the sixth prince's soul-shattered expression. He's totally unwilling to let go, right? The classic chasing the wife in the crematorium script is coming, isn't it? Warning, high-level drama ahead. The annual Shura Field drama of Chasing the Wife is about to go online. Follow-up gossip will be non-stop. There will be plenty to watch. My mind is made up. Get up and step aside. This subject continues to impeach. Impeach third-rank General Xiao, Yunxiao. His legitimate daughter, Owuruakshuan, has had no clothes since childhood, and has suffered extreme torture and mistreatment in the manner. He indulged his concubine and illegitimate daughter, letting them act recklessly, deceiving their superiors and hiding the truth from their subordinates, stealing the grace of saving a life. Because of his indulgence in fraud, confusing the truth, the sixth prince mistook his savior, treated the good person badly, and caused the farce of the prince and princess separating today. All the roots of disaster stem from Yunxiao. Yunxiao, do you know your crime? This subject is guilty. Yunxiao is unworthy of his position and ungrateful. Strip him of his rank as General Xiao. Demote him to a 9th-rank city gate commander. And he shall never be promoted again. Since it is a matter of long-term ill-treatment, the concubine deceived the imperial court, falsely claiming the favor, and her character is ruined. Send her to the family temple, never to come out until death. The illegitimate daughter Baijin, deceiving the world and the public, causing chaos in the manor. Though she is still young, her culpability is hard to forgive. Send her to the family temple as well, to be imprisoned for life. Your Majesty, this move is absolutely cool. Decisive. Punishing evil and rewarding good. The aura is just perfectly matched. The flooding in Jiangnan is urgent. I have already sent people to investigate and control the disaster earlier. Yesterday I received a report from the local officials. There has been continuous rain and heavy storms in Jiangnan, and the river water has surged, and the dams that were just repaired were all washed away. My dear officials, does anyone have a good strategy to deal with this? Quack. Aren't ancient dams all made of piled up earth and stone? How come they were all washed away clean as soon as they were finished? It's a textbook tofu drag engineering project. Host, you are too naive. For Imperial disaster relief, the funds for repairing dams pass through layers of officials who scrape away parts of the money. By the time it reaches the local level, there's barely anything left. The budget is seriously insufficient. So the local area has to cut corners to finish the job perfunctorily. It looks finished on the surface, but it's actually empty and weak. Plus, ancient infrastructure technology is limited. The dams are repaired every year and washed away every year. It's already an unsolvable cycle. So it's corrupt officials at work again. Does the Emperor know the tricks of these pests? The Emperor knows it clearly. But the Jiangnan officialdom is deeply intertwined, with countless corrupt officials protecting one another. The law cannot punish everyone. This emperor's life is too suffocating. Holding imperial power over the whole world, yet being manipulated and constrained by local pests. If it were me, I'd strike with a heavy fist, dragging out all these blood-sucking pests and punishing them severely. Host, your thinking is correct. But the key to execution is the Ministry of Revenue. The Emperor needs to select and dispatch absolutely reliable new officials, carrying the silver directly to Jiangnan, skipping the layers of distribution procedures in the Ministry of Revenue, to eliminate the layering of funding cuts at the source. I know this clearly. After the morning court session, I will write down the complete formula for cement and concrete, its production process, and construction methods, and have my father pass it to the Emperor in the palace. I will come up with the methods, the implementation. Selecting people and scheduling is the Emperor's job. We do our best. We don't have the right to interfere with the rest. Correct, do what you can and have a clear conscience. Let the rest follow its natural course. This is absurd to the extreme. These officials' moods change faster than turning a book page. They are moody and unpredictable, changing faces at random. 1 second it's a low-pressure zone, suffocating. The next second everyone is secretly gloating. The mood swings are absurd. Truly hard to understand. Host, let me correct you. Mood swings are called periods. In ancient times, this group of men is collectively called period men. Awesome, Quack, you are indeed the system that understands the internet's memes the best. You grasp obscure knowledge points perfectly. If there's something to report, speak. If not, what's the noise and chaos outside the shop? Quick, eat the melon. It's chaotic outside the shop. A new piece of gossip has just landed. I'm going to leak it directly online. Host, it's the family members of the Guyu King who came to the shop to cry out for injustice. Ah, Princess Yu. What exactly has happened? Your Majesty, Prince Yu passed away early. My family is left with only this one son to rely on for support. Even if my son is young and mischievous, and has made occasional mistakes, he would never deserve this. I wonder what kind of vicious person was so cruel as to beat him into such a severely injured state? I beg your Majesty to make the decision for my son and me. This lady is basically putting on a useless crying show. She's been wailing for ages without getting to the point. It's so slow it makes people impatient. Who exactly got beaten? And why were they beaten? Host, sit tight and get ready for the tea. The person being carried on the door board is Do Siyuan, the only heir of the late Prince Yu. He's the top delinquent bully of the capital, with a notorious reputation spread throughout the city. This time, he really kicked an iron plate and provoked someone he absolutely shouldn't have. He was bagged in the middle of the night and beaten severely, which is why he looks so miserable right now. I told you so. Beaten while stuffed in a bag. The most satisfying scene of the year has arrived. Evil meets its match. Quick, tell me how much evil has this guy done? This Do Siyuan isn't just mischievous. He's a complete, inhumane, perverted villain. Do Siyuan frequents brothels all year round. When he sees an innocent girl on the street, he investigates her background. As long as she has no powerful backing, he drags her back to his mansion directly, torturing her at will. His methods are perverted and cruel, beyond what normal people could imagine. The torture instruments he uses are extremely cruel. Any woman he targets rarely lasts more than a month or so, being tortured to death alive. Some women commit suicide early to preserve their honor, while others grit their teeth and hold on, only to die miserably in the end. My worldview is literally shattering. This bloodstained demon, and Princess Yu still has the nerve to play the victim. Her face is thicker than the city walls. I thought she suffered some great grievance, but it turns out he deserved every bit of it. He completely had it coming. This beating is pure heavenly justice. He was a plague on humanity while alive, and a waste of land when dead. They beat him too lightly. These injuries don't match the sins he's committed. Honestly, he could have been dead and it still wouldn't be unfair. Such a clean capital city has been turned into a polluted mess by him. I have another question. Why didn't the families of the victims report the crimes? Did they just let this demon run wild, cruelly harming innocent, weak women? Quack. Ha 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 ha. Host, the most outrageous part is yet to come. Whenever any family of a victim dared to report him to the authorities, his lackeys would show up and beat them violently. The lucky ones were beaten within an inch of their lives. The unlucky ones were beaten to death on the spot. Afterward, they'd warn them. Dare to say a word, and your entire family will be wiped out. After being bullied like that, did really no one dare to report Do Si-yuan again? It's not that they didn't want to. It's that they couldn't possibly succeed. Once the people realized the culprit was the Prince Yu's only son, they became completely hopeless. In the eyes of the commoners, officials protect their own and imperial power is biased. Reporting was not only useless, it would cost their entire family their lives for nothing. They chose to swallow their bitterness and accept their fate. That is absolutely ridiculous. Is the emperor getting senile? Being so blindly soft-hearted to protect a murderous demon? The guys who put the bag over his head were too gentle. Why not go all the way and send this piece of trash to his grave? The funeral music plays, the white cloth is draped over the body, and everyone gets to attend the funeral feast. Wouldn't that be a lively way to celebrate? Lord Song is truly a breath of fresh air in the court. Even the emperor dares to be criticized openly. He is one of a kind under the heavens. Host, you're just looking for an excuse to eat at a funeral now. You're nearly getting off track. This is a serious moment to discuss dealing with villains. Eating is just a side thought, let's talk business. Quack. To get bagged and beaten like that? It's a classic case of an evildoer kicking an iron plate and asking for his own demise. A while ago, Do Si-yuan ran into a woman of exceptional beauty on the street. He inquired and found out her family background was ordinary, with only elderly parents, and a brother who was a small leader in the military. After learning the mastermind, this hot-blooded man in the military couldn't endure it any longer. He spent days waiting for an opportunity and finally got it. Seeing Do Si-yuan head to a brothel late at night for fun, he brought people to bag him and beat him up, removing a menace for the people. If it were me, I would have gone all out on the punishment. I'd destroy his ability to commit evil, break his tendons, rip out his tongue, and throw him into a pit of beggars to fend for himself. Oh my! What a pity. Hearing him howling like that right now, I know those guys were still too soft on him. Host, that method is completely feasible. As long as you leave no traces, no one could ever investigate it. Hey, that's just talk. Just venting a bit. Let's stick to official procedures and handle the case with evidence. That approach is definitely viable. With mountain-high evidence, no one can protect him. So where is the evidence of his crimes? Is there a precise weak point? The evidence is in the back garden of Prince Yu's mansion. Since we can't take private action, let's find the solid evidence and send him to his total downfall, never to wreak havoc again. In the backyard of Prince Yu's mansion, there's a flower bed, which grows unusually lush, vibrantly stunning. Everyone who has been to the mansion has seen it. Whenever someone asked Princess Yu about it, she always bragged that Do Si-yuan tended it carefully. But that's all a pack of lies. Beneath the flower bed are buried the bones of innocent women. The numerous white bones have become flower fertilizer, nourishing the flowers in the garden. That is the real reason the flowers grow so wildly. My God. That is just too vicious and perverted. He tortured people to death alive. And even after death, they couldn't rest in peace, getting buried to nourish the flowers. Is this even human? They are simply inhumane, godless, and soulless. Beasts with no humanity. Princess Yu. Now that things have come to this, what would you have me do? Your Majesty, knowing that Prince Yu passed away early, the mansion has no one to rely on. The two of us, mother and son, have lived solely on the grace of the late king. I beg your Majesty to severely punish the people who beat my son, and seek justice for us, now that our funds are exhausted, and we are struggling to make a living. I hope your Majesty will show pity and grant us some rewards. She condones her son's evil deeds and harming others. Her hands are indirectly stained with innocent blood. And instead of reflecting and repenting, she dares to righteously demand rewards? Does she really treat the emperor as a free backing and a walking ATM? Shameless to the core. The host is not wrong. This extreme shamelessness is hereditary. Prince Yu himself was certainly no saint either. The mother and son are two of a kind. Start digging up the women's bones. Bring it all to light. And the countdown to the doom of Princess Yu and her son officially begins. This is absurd. Isn't Prince Yu a widely recognized hero of the founding of the nation? There must be a massive conspiracy hidden here. Quack, don't hold back. Give me all the details. I can't wait to eat this melon and expose the scam. Host, hold on tight and eat your melon. Let's peel back this massive scheme from the very beginning. Prince Yu, Do Kai, was the sworn brother of the late emperor. He once saved the late emperor's life in his youth. Relying on the debt of saving his life and his early military achievements, he secured a high position as a prince of a different surname. In terms of hierarchy, the current emperor still has to address him as Imperial uncle. His status was noble, and his roots were deep. When the late emperor was alive, he still knew how to hide his brilliance and be content with his position. But after the late emperor passed away, and the young emperor ascended the throne, his mindset became completely corrupted. His ambition was wild. He prided himself on his heavy war achievements and deep experience. And from the bottom of his heart, he looked down on the young emperor, feeling that being subservient was incredibly suffocating. He had already developed thoughts of rebellion. Just then, fighting broke out on the border, and the imperial court desperately needed a general to hold the line. The emperor, mindful of his old age and past contributions, originally couldn't bear to send him to the border. Who would have thought that Do Kai would take the initiative to volunteer? With a profoundly affectionate and earnest speech, self-moved and loyal, he successfully moved the soft-hearted emperor, eventually getting his hands on half of the military seal. To dispel the court's suspicions, he deliberately left Princess Yu and his only son, Do Siyuan, in the capital as hostages, and went to the border with his troops alone, fully gaining control over the military, with no one left to check him. My God, this old fox's acting skills are god tier. He played the young emperor like a fool, leaving no trace of flaws. And those military achievements that were boasted to the heavens, I bet they were all fake and exaggerated. A purely water-inflated war god. You can't blame the emperor for not recognizing people. Do Kai was just too good at acting. At that time, the emperor was young, and the court's foundation was unstable. Plus there was the late emperor's final instruction, repeatedly telling the emperor that Prince Yu was loyal and reliable, worthy of being entrusted with important responsibilities. Plus, his move of leaving his wife and son in the capital, a confusing operation, perfectly avoided everyone's suspicions. The emperor had zero defenses against him from beginning to end. It's so ironic. The brother the late emperor trusted with his life was secretly planning to stab him in the back and rebel. Stop dilly-dallying. Tell me about his fake military achievements. How exactly did he fake those? Once Doukai reached the border, it was like heaven was far away and the emperor was out of reach, so he completely let himself go. Initially, he did win a few small battles, barely enough to deter neighboring countries. But that was it. Even though he had countless opportunities to pursue the victory, to end the chaos, and to completely stabilize the border, he deliberately pulled back and passively avoided battle every single time. His plan was very loud. Once the war was completely settled, he would have to return to the capital and hand over the military seal. The military power he had in his hands would have to be handed over. Without military power at his side, his plan for rebellion, his monstrous ambition, would all go down the drain. So he deliberately dragged out the war, playing a game of if the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. Relying on the stalemate at the border, he clung to the military seal and refused to let go. During his years guarding the border, under the guise of guarding the nation's territory, he privately and frantically recruited soldiers and trained private armies just to build up strength for his later coup. Even more ridiculous, this guy was obsessed with women. Extremely lecherous. While guarding the border, he secretly built a villa outside the city and kept over a dozen beautiful women, spending his nights partying and indulging in pleasure whenever there was no action in the military. His energy was ridiculously high. He was just asking for his own death. Host, you're overthinking it. He didn't collapse from exhaustion. He literally played himself to death right on the spot. It wasn't dying for the country at all. It was killing himself through overindulgence. This contrast is too explosive. A scandalous scandal was whitewashed into loyal service to the country. I have to give it to their PR team. Doukai was already advanced in age. And after years of excessive lust, he suddenly suffered a medical emergency in the middle of a romp, and dropped dead on the spot. It was just so embarrassing. Too shameful to see. So his cronies, to cover up the scandal, directly silenced all the women in the villa, killed every single person who knew about it, and then unified their story to the outside world, lying that Prince Yu had worked himself to exhaustion during the campaign, causing a heart condition and leading to his sudden death. Just like that, a scandalous affair was packaged as heroic martyrdom for the country, securing him a legacy of military glory and eternal respect. Is the ancient auditing system so sloppy? How did such a ridiculous scam go unexposed? They couldn't have found out. He did die of a sudden heart attack. And the crony's story matched the symptoms perfectly. With the medical examination level of ancient times, there was no way to distinguish whether it was from sexual excess or exhaustion from work. This scam was completely seamless. I'm getting angrier the more I think about it. A treacherous traitor, getting away with a lifetime of stolen glory. It's just too ridiculous. The entire scam. In the entire city, only Doukai's two personal cronies knew the truth. Never mind the court officials and the common people. Even Princess Yu and Dosi Yuan were kept in the dark from start to finish. The whole country respected Prince Yu for his later life. And the emperor even felt guilty for years, wanting to compensate the late hero's family. It was precisely this guilt that made the emperor condone and protect them time after time, providing limitless cover for all of Dosi Yuan's evil deeds. The emperor has been too wronged, trusting them wholeheartedly for half a lifetime, only to be played like puppets by this group of Dou family hypocrites. That mother-son duo is truly both pathetic and disgusting. One playing the victim to get sympathy, the other acting miserable to sell pity, with maxed out acting skills and monstrous crimes. Doukai intentionally plotted to rebel and deceive the emperor, and his cronies were even more daring, falsifying the cause of death and stealing merits to deceive the entire court. That's a crime worthy of exterminating their entire clan. Quick, 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 tell me where those two cronies are. Those two are the key ironclad evidence to end the Dou family. Both of them are still in the border military camp holding important positions. And their ranks are not low. One is Fan Qingyun, a general of the 5th rank. The other is Hu Qingming, a general of the 5th rank. I remember both their faces clearly. It's just a pity my drawing skills are depressing. I can't reproduce them at all. I wanted to draw their portraits to give to the emperor, to lock in the witness. But I'm stuck at the drawing part, which is honestly quite awkward. Host, I forgot to tell you. After the system update, we unlocked a super printing function. Any image or scene can be printed with one click. Perfectly restored. Help, this function comes at just the right time. It's like sending charcoal in the snow. Print out the appearances of the two villains immediately and hand them over together with the cement formula. With human evidence and material evidence ready, this will completely cut off the remaining power of Prince Yu's mansion. The evildoers will have nowhere to hide. No problem, host, leave it to me. Just how many messy things does this girl understand? Even those kinds of intimate, taboo rumors are clear to her. Quack, I found a big loophole. Prince Yu has been dead for so long. Where did his private army go? Prince Yu amassed a huge amount of wealth in his lifetime. After his death, Fan Qingyun and Hu Qingming used this large sum of money to feed these private soldiers for years. These private soldiers are self-sufficient, training hard and honing their combat skills every day. And in their spare time, they reclaim land, farm, and hunt in the mountains, without consuming any imperial court resources. They've been hiding for years and are quite self-sufficient. But Prince Yu is stone-cold dead. Why are these two still working so hard to train the soldiers? Could it be that they want to take over the forces and rebel? Their courage is too great. They have no ambition to set themselves up as kings. They've spent years in hiding training troops, just to wait for the opportunity to hand over the entire private army to Do Yuan. Both have a very deep obsession, determined to assist Do Yuan in inheriting his father's career, starting a rebellion, and completing Prince Yu's unfinished treasonous cause. It's genuinely hilarious. That crying loser down there is pure garbage that can't be propped up. If the private army were actually handed to him, the morale would collapse and they would disband within 3 days. Quack, organize all the private army strongholds. I will report them all to the Emperor and wipe them out in one go. Received, host, everything is organized and ready. Princess Yu, Do Yuan. Now that things have come to this, do you know your crimes? Your Majesty, your servant truly doesn't know what crimes I have committed. I ask your Majesty to enlighten me. I ask for your Majesty's enlightenment. Over these years, relying on my pity and tolerance, you've used the banners of the Imperial Court and the late king to forcefully steal common women, harm the people, and take lives. Did you really think I knew nothing about it? Using my kindness as the basis for your wanton evil? Your Majesty, those are just marketplace rumors. Rumors that should never be taken seriously. No need to say more. The flower beds in the back garden of your mansion are the evidence of your monstrous crimes. I have already sent people to seal Prince Yu's mansion and dig up the flower beds. And the ironclad evidence will be presented shortly, giving you no room to deny a single thing. Your Majesty, have mercy. I know I was wrong. Please, Your Majesty, open, drag them away. Throw them into the celestial prison, to be dealt with after the investigation. Refreshing. The Emperor is decisive, never sparing the guilty. 10 years of fame, but evildoers get their reward. It gladdens the hearts of the people. This group of pests who rely on power to bully others. If there's anything to report, speak. If not, dismiss the court. Your servants have nothing to report. Dismiss the court. I could have been off work early, but it was all delayed by this weird mother-son duo. Just pure useless overtime. The old factions are hidden too deeply. Truly pulling out the carrot brings out the dirt. The connections are vast. In Prince Yu's back garden, the flower bed, they dug out a full 30+ skeletons of innocent women. Why did Oruwashin come to the door suddenly? And who are this man and woman? They don't look like they have simple backgrounds. Oruwakshuan's intentions are unclear. The woman is Han Manchi, the granddaughter of old General Han. The man is her older brother, Han Chiyu. Greetings, little Lord Song. Please, have a seat. After recuperating, her state is incredible. Much better than the haggard look from before. Gentle and beautiful. Such a good girl. But she fell for that scumbag, the sixth prince. What a pity. What brings you all here today? We've all heard that young Lord Song is young and promising. And today we came specifically to make your acquaintance. Can't help it, strength and good looks both online. My charm is just that top-notch. Host, can you have some self-awareness? You're so young, but your face is thicker than a city wall. Is it that hard to admit I'm excellent and charming? It wouldn't make you sick, would it? I wouldn't throw up. But I'm just suffocated by how greasy you are. Quack, quack, report a new melon. Give me something strong to wake up my brain. I'm almost falling asleep right here. Received, host, developing a new melon immediately. Today's lead melon is Han Manchi, the granddaughter of the Han family. Han Manchi's father is Han Fei, the eldest son of old General Han. He trained in the military since he was a child, was highly skilled in martial arts, had solid war merits, and was a genuine, fierce general in the military. When Han Fei reached the age for marriage, he married Impingru, the daughter of Duke Anhua. The two were newlyweds, loving and inseparable, which was once hailed as a match made in heaven. But 3 years after marriage, Impingru still hadn't gotten pregnant, failing to give birth to an heir. Old Madame Han was anxious for a grandson, so she immediately made a decision, bringing her own niece, concubine Mei, into the Han mansion, sending her into Han Fei's room, just to branch out and spread leaves, and continue the family line. So Impingru had a health problem. Unable to give birth? It's not that she couldn't. She just had a unique constitution, making it extremely difficult to conceive. Host, stop interrupting. Listen carefully as I tell you, you're the boss. Concubine Mei had extremely good luck, upright and honorable. Not long after entering the mansion, she successfully became pregnant. Old Madame Han, fearing even the slightest mistake, moved her directly into her own courtyard, personally caring for her, assigning dedicated servants, and protecting her with the utmost care. After 10 months of pregnancy, Mei Yingyang successfully gave birth to the eldest son, who is now the eldest son of the Han family, Han Chiyu. He was the first grandchild of the Han family, and although he was a concubine's son, he was doted on by the entire family. His food, clothing, and education were all provided at the standard of a legitimate son, giving him a status that was truly extraordinary. 2 years later, Impingru, who had long been unable to conceive, unexpectedly became pregnant. The whole family was ecstatic. Impingru waited day after day, fully hoping to give birth to a legitimate son to secure her position. Alas, things did not go as she wished, and she ultimately gave birth to a daughter, Han Jinwan. 3 years later, Mei Yingyang gave birth to another daughter, who was Han Manchi. Han Fei had one wife and one concubine, and the two women lived in harmony, neither fighting nor competing, keeping the mansion peaceful. Years passed in quiet comfort. As time flowed by, all the children grew up. The Han family's legitimate daughter, Han Jinwan, married back into her mother's home, wedded to Enlei, the eldest grandson of Duke Anhua, a union that further strengthened family ties. A perfect match of status. After marriage, the two were loving and harmonious, blessed with a son and a daughter. The children were cute and well-behaved, and their lives were stable and happy, the envy of everyone. But fate is fickle, and fortune is hard to predict. The peaceful days vanished in an instant, as a terrible tragedy suddenly descended. Han Jinwan was unexpectedly diagnosed with an incurable terminal illness, beyond the reach of any medicine or doctor, unable to be saved. With only 1 year of life left, Han Jinwan is certainly pathetic, suffering from a terminal illness, and nearing the end of her life. But what does any of this have to do with Han Manchi? Han Jinwan is not afraid of death. She only fears that her 2 children will be mistreated after she is gone. She doesn't want her husband to remarry a stranger, as she can't bet on the character of an outsider. After thinking it over, she hatched a twisted plan. Why not pick a successor for her husband herself? Just then, the sixth prince's affairs swept through the capital, spreading across the court. Old General Han, worried about his granddaughter Oruwashin, specifically sent Han Chiyu and Han Manchi to the capital to bring her home. When the siblings visited the Duke of Angua's mansion, they accidentally bumped into Han Jinwan. Seeing that Han Manchi was beautiful and innocent, with a gentle temperament, Han Jinwan locked onto her as prey. This woman has completely lost her mind. She actually wants her own younger sister to take over, marrying her own brother-in-law. Han Manchi is clearly a young girl in the bloom of her youth, pure and vibrant. Why should she marry a man on his second marriage, walking into a household just to be a stepmother? It's simply insane. No one in their right mind would ever accept such a mess. A second-hand husband, 2 young burdens, and the role of a stepmother. It's the most thankless job there is. If you are lenient in discipline, you get scolded for being irresponsible. If you are strict with the stepchildren, you get labeled as vicious and cold-hearted, unable to tolerate outsiders. You are wrong either way. For the rest of your life, you'll never be accepted by either side, gaining nothing at all. Jinwan had long anticipated that she wouldn't comply, so she prepared a wicked trap in advance. She planned to hold a large family banquet, with noble ladies and young masters present, to get Han Manchi alone. She intended to knock her out, dishevel her clothing, and place the unconscious girl in the same bed as the drunken and lay, to have everyone catch them in the act, forcing the label of seducing her brother-in-law onto her forever. Her heart is pitch black, stupidly pushing her own sister into a dead end. After her reputation is completely ruined, Han Manchi would only have 3 hopeless paths: be forced into a humiliating marriage, shave her hair to become a nun, or commit suicide to prove her innocence. No road to survival. Even if she gritted her teeth and married him, she would carry this stain for the rest of her life, never able to hold her head high again. And that's not even the cruelest part. She was hiding an even more malicious scheme. On the night of the incident, she planned to force the unconscious Han Manchi to consume a 10-fold dose of a sterility drug. She is extremely paranoid and selfish, fearing that if Han Manchi gave birth to her own children, she would be biased and neglect Jinwan's children, destroying her fertility, would leave her without an heir, forced to work to death raising Jinwan's children. For the sake of her own children, she would sacrifice her own sister's entire life. How can there be such a selfish, cold-blooded woman in this world? Does this sleazy cheater and Lei even know about this? And Lei knows the whole story and not only agrees, but is even full of anticipation. The first time he saw Han Manchi, he was deeply attracted by her youthful looks. When Han Jinwan suggested making Han Manchi a stepmother, he immediately agreed with delight. His calculations were loud and clear. Han Chiyu is the future power holder of the general's mansion. By marrying her, he gets a beautiful wife, a nanny, and a top-tier family's backing. Only incompetent men rely on women, clinging to the prestige of others. A poisonous wife paired with a scumbag husband, calculated at every step. They are truly a match made in hell. A perfectly innocent young girl is about to be completely ruined by this black-hearted pair. What a pity. Quack. Should I secretly give Han Manchi a heads up? The host can make their own decision. Miss Han is at the prime age for marriage, with a prominent family background, making her an easy target for scheming. The banquet will be a den of wolves and human malice. Must be on guard against drugging and traps, framing schemes. Once you fall into the trap, you will be at their mercy. You must protect yourself. Miss Han, are you not feeling well? Perhaps I caught a cold last night. 2 doses of medicine will set me right. Please take care of your health. If you are feeling unwell, you can always decline to attend the banquet. Thank you for your concern, little Lord Song. I am fine. This is a play prepared with great care. How could it start without me? Who is the hunter and who is the prey remains to be seen. Big brother. We'll deal with the recovery later. Wow, these are all rare treasures. Every single piece is worth a fortune. We've truly hit the jackpot this time. One chest is Miss O's dowry, hidden away. The other chest is the gift old General Han specifically prepared. I have no relation to Miss O. Why would she gift me such riches? And the old general, whom I've never met. Why is he so generous to me? I see. It's because everyone loves me, obviously. Everyone wants to be on my good side, so they compete to send gifts. Sigh, this cursed peerless charm. Having thick skin is a skill too. Big sister, feel free to pick whatever you like, and distribute some to all the maids in the courtyard. Everyone gets a share. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. The way of management is about kindness and authority. I understand. As days passed, Song Yaoyao had long adapted to the schedule of early morning court sessions. In the past, she needed Minister Song's support. Now she walks with a steady, independent gait. Habit is truly the most tiring thing. Has the Song household received the invitation? Little Lord Song is considering attending. Upon learning that Song Yaoyao was definitely going, the noble ladies and gentlemen of the capital were instantly stirred. Since the last public banquet, everyone hadn't seen Song Yaoyao for a long time, losing all interest in gossip. Everyone felt that life had become bland and flavorless. Noble ladies are so proactive in attending banquets these days. Although the banquet at the Duke's mansion is not as high-end as the Imperial Palace, the food is still top-notch. Eat more if you like it. Host. Han Manchi was tricked out of the mansion by the Duke's household. Quack, follow them and see immediately. Mother, I'm stuffed, I'll go for a walk to digest. Mother will go with you. Let us go too. With so many people watching, Han Jinwan might not dare to carry out her poisonous scheme. Don't bother calling for others. Manchi can handle this herself. Everything is arranged properly. Don't worry, miss. Everything is ready. Princess Yu Ping. She has a noble status, the daughter of the current emperor's favored brother. Her father, the virtuous prince, may not be involved in court affairs, living a life of leisure, but he is a true blue royal clansman. Her status is extraordinary. Quack, who is this chubby princess? She's quite something. She is Princess Yu Ping, Chen Jiaping, the virtuous prince's only daughter. So it's her. I've heard much about her, finally seeing her in person today. Now things are getting interesting. A top-tier plot twist is about to unfold. She has been sickly since childhood, taking medicine for years to regulate her body. The side effects of the medicine caused severe weight gain. After the illness, no one came to propose marriage. She knew it was because of her figure, and tried to lose weight desperately without any scientific methods. Relying only on starving herself and hard labor, she once went 5 days without a drop of water, only eating rice porridge. The weight didn't come off, but she passed out from starvation instead. That day, the prince's mansion summoned every imperial physician, causing a commotion throughout the capital. Since then, the princess consort assigned nannies to watch her around the clock. She was losing weight in a way that hurt her health. Now Qin Jiaping is 20, and her marriage is still up in the air. Some noble sons once tried to climb the royal power, planning to take concubines after marriage, neglecting the princess. The virtuous prince and his wife saw through them, establishing a strict rule: whoever marries the princess must never take a concubine for life. Men in this world all crave beauty, favoring romance, and no one is willing to be faithful to one wife, so her marriage prospects have been stalled until now. Quack, this plot is wrong. Whoever marries the princess must not take a concubine for life. That is an iron rule. And Lei not only has a wife, but also a house full of concubines. How could the virtuous prince and his wife agree to this marriage? Qin Jiaping is getting older. With no marriage prospects in sight, her heart was already filled with anxiety. At a previous banquet, other princesses mocked her weight in public. Only Anlay stepped in to speak for her, gently calming the situation. That was the first time she was treated with kindness by a peer. And it stayed in her heart. The deeper she looked into him, the more she felt Anlay had a gentle character. And she accidentally fell for him, finding out he was already married. She was full of disappointment, silently hiding her feelings. Recently, Qin Jiaping noticed something suspicious about the Ingua mansion. She investigated in secret, fully uncovering Han Jinwan's ghostly and poisonous schemes. Knowing that Han Manqi and her brother needed a way to break the deadlock, she took the initiative to help. Willing to enter the game herself, to end this conspiracy with her own hands. The virtuous prince and his wife must not know, right? She is keeping it a secret from her family. Today, she laid out the plan herself, intending to act first and report later. Once the wood is chopped into a boat, the deed is done, forcing her parents to compromise. The guests present heard everything, guessing 7 or 8 parts of the truth. They didn't know Han Jinwan was terminally ill, just confused about why she would plot against her own sister. She is new to the capital, unskilled at banquet socialites. I really can't set my mind at ease. Shameless! Kick the door down for me. Absurd. If you don't want to look, why cover your face? Why are you hiding in the front? You're blocking everything. I can't see anything I want to see. Family, be kind. Make a path for me to get some gossip. Big brother, what are you doing? I haven't even had my gossip yet. No misbehaving. Is this kind of awkward scene something for a young girl to see? Aren't you afraid of getting eyesores? When we get back, I'll have mother discipline you properly. Today when we return, we must give this good-for-nothing thing a lesson he won't forget. Hurry and separate them. Ah. Ah, my reputation. Mother's poor child, you've been wronged. The prince and I will surely seek justice for you. We will not be lenient. It is late today. Everyone please return. Done for, done for. We are getting kicked out. Gossip has a distance limit. As soon as we leave the mansion, the gossip cuts off. It's such a loss to miss this crucial moment. The host's gossip range is limited. If the distance is too far, the plot cannot be synchronized. The duke's wife just entered the mansion. Seeing that the back garden scenery is exquisite, may we take a moment to admire it? Indeed, the plants in the mansion grow very well. Must have been managed with great care. Quack, how is the rest of the plot going? Follow it. The princess consort exploded in rage, berating Anlay for acting shamelessly. She cursed him for bullying a pure princess and ruining Qin Jiaping's reputation. The more she spoke, the angrier she got, losing control of her emotions, lunging forward to tear at Anlay. The servants were too scared to stop her. In the end, it was Qin Jiaping who had to step in to pull away. The furious princess consort. My god, they actually started fighting. I actually missed the best scene. I love watching hair pulling and face scratching. The tearing up the scumbag scene is gone. Too bad. We also really wanted to see this scene. With the deed done, how does the family plan to handle the aftermath? Prince, rest assured. Our family will take full responsibility. Don't beat around the bush. I want a specific solution. Why won't you give it? This matter is hard to decide. The only safe path is, referring to the terminal illness, immediately take in the princess as the main wife. Master, something terrible has happened. Presumptuous. What kind of panic is this? Master, forgive me. Young mistress is vomiting blood. She is already unconscious. After a repeat consultation, the doctor said she is nearing the end. Not expected to last more than a day or two. What did you say? The old master, the old madam and the madam have all rushed to the courtyard. Prince, it is the will of heaven. Once our mansion handles the funeral arrangements for our daughter-in-law, we will immediately come to propose the marriage. The cycles of heaven. Retribution is swift. Evil deeds will lead to one's own destruction. Harming others leads to harming oneself. The young mistress already had a stubborn illness, untreatable by medicine. This stimulation caused her heart and mind to fail, beyond any salvation. Please, and family, accept our condolences. Father, I have already confirmed the arrangement with the virtuous prince. Once the funeral for my wife is concluded, we will proceed with the proposal for the princess. I won't marry. I will not marry that mountain-sized woman. This marriage, I will absolutely not go through with. I don't like her. You bastard. Do you still think you have a choice? The virtuous prince's power is overwhelming. Is that something our family can provoke? Obediently marry the princess. If you dare to make trouble, implicating the family, don't blame me for being heartless. Guards, take the young master back to his quarters and keep him under strict guard. Not allowing him to step out even a single inch. Yes. I've already had people look into what happened today. It was all orchestrated by Han Jingwan, plotting against her own sister Manchi. The Han siblings had already seen through the conspiracy, and were simply using their own plan against them, going with the flow. Only Princess Xiaoping's sudden entry into the game is hard to fathom. No need to overthink it. It must be that the princess entered of her own will. Looking at her calm demeanor afterward, it's clear everything was under her control. The virtuous prince and his wife are extremely protective. The family will probably never know a day of peace again. Mother, I've had enough of the garden. Let's go back. Good, let's head back. Absurd, the original wife just died. And the new one is already stepping in. This seamless transition speed is simply absurd. Host, do you want to unlock a massive hardcore gossip? Yes, yes, I'll eat any gossip, no matter how big. Tell me, Princess Yuping is already pregnant. But it's only been a few days. Are you sure you didn't mess up? Top-tier technology detection, absolutely no errors. Pregnancy can be precisely determined in just 3 days. Quack is truly the strongest gossip tool on the web. And it's not just that. The princess is pregnant with rare twins, a boy and a girl. My god, this hit rate is too high. Han Jinwan planned everything, plotting desperately, not hesitating to ruin her own sister, for trying to protect her own children, Sai. In the end, as soon as she closes her eyes, the new main wife moves in with twins, with her own son and daughter. How could the princess care about raising the original wife's children? Not actively mistreating them would be the greatest mercy. A lifetime of scheming. Eventually all for nothing. Sai, timing is everything. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? You be careful. Don't cause any trouble. Mother, don't worry, go ahead. Little Lord Song and Miss Song. Are you planning to go out for a stroll? We were just planning to go out for a turn. Not yet sure where to go. If you don't mind, I would like to invite you to a tea house to sit a while. I wonder if you'd do me the honor? Of course, please wait a moment. We'll come out to meet you. I've never experienced an ancient tea house before. A perfect chance to broaden my horizons. Something is not right. When they went in, the two of them were in good spirits. How long has it been? Why do their faces look so bad? Could it be that the Duke's mansion is up to something again? After a few arrangements were finished, the Duke's wife specially sent someone to ask Han Manchi and her brother to the courtyard for questioning. She was aggressive and accusatory the whole time. Her attitude rude and unreasonable. Han Chiyu argued with logic and facts, but was labeled by the Duke's wife as disrespectful to elders and acting willfully. Her words were extremely demeaning and shaming. As for Han Jinwan's vicious plotting against her sister, destroying her life, she didn't say a word. This counterattack was clearly gentle enough. Even giving Enlei a princess wife for free. If it were me, I'd play for even higher stakes. Finding a few strong men to arrange for Enlei to be caught in the act, ruining his reputation completely, and stinking up the Duke's mansion for good. To see if he can still stand here and be arrogant, blaming others. Little Lord Song, Miss Song. Let's get going. This is Little Lord Song, the only female official who can attend court. Beside her is her older sister, Song Qingling. Miss Song. These two are young ladies from my concubine mother's family side. They both married into the capital a few years ago. The one with the oval face is named Mei Yingxue, married to Assistant Minister Du Yichen. The one with the round face is named Mei Ruoding, married to the official Ma Jingling. Greetings, Little Lord Song. Greetings, Miss Song. No need for formalities. Please, have a seat and let's chat. Quack, what's wrong with this Mei Yingxue? Why is she starved to this point? What is going on at the assistant minister's mansion? How could they starve their own mistress like this? Actually, Mei Yingxue is Han Manchi's true cousin. She is the daughter of Mei Yinyang's elder brother. This poor soul has had a hard life. She has been married to Du Yichen for several years now. But there hasn't been any news of a pregnancy. Her mother-in-law insults her day and night, calling her a hen that cannot lay eggs. She invents new ways to torment her every day. Yesterday, that old lady forced her to kneel in the ancestral hall all night, and didn't even let her eat after releasing her. Sending her straight to the Duke's mansion for the funeral banquet. She hasn't eaten for 2 full days now. She's starving. She followed you to the tea house, just to fill her stomach. If she goes back, she'll likely have to keep starving. How could there be such a wicked mother-in-law? Right. Not being able to have children isn't necessarily the woman's fault. Maybe the problem lies with the son himself. Could he be infertile? They need to go to a clinic to have that properly checked. How can you just label a woman as infertile like that? Tell me. Host, it's not as you think. In all these years of marriage, Du Yichen has never touched Mei Yingxue. Mei Yingxue is still a virgin to this day. How could she possibly be pregnant? Wow, that is some juicy gossip. Was this part of Du Yichen's plan? Shoo, back when they were just married, Du Yichen told Mei Yingxue he had been injured and lost his fertility, asking her to keep it a secret. When Mei Yingxue heard this, it was like a bolt of lightning out of the blue. She thought about it for a long time. Because of her maternal family's prestige, she didn't want to cause them any trouble, since she was already married over. She was a part of the Du family now, so she just endured it. Over these past few years, her mother-in-law has been tormenting her constantly. Yet she never revealed the truth. Only when the abuse became extreme would Du Yichen step in to stop it. He doesn't care about Yingxue. He's just afraid his mother doesn't know when to stop, and might actually kill her. Just that? He really is no good. You catch my drift, right? Was she supposed to value his physical inability? Or his cowardice and cold indifference? Sigh, what a tragic young girl. What exactly is Mei Yingxue holding on to? She's a total masochist, isn't she? Host, the story isn't as Du Yichen claims. His body is completely fine. What? He wasn't injured at all? Does he have a secret lover? And was forced to marry Mei Yingxue? Host, you guessed wrong this time. Listen to me, let me explain. Never mind him, he's just an outsider. Du Yichen never liked women. The one he loves is a man. Go on, tell me more. Du Yichen knew his preferences from a young age. Due to the strict family rules, he spent years carefully hiding it. Once, while hanging around pleasure houses, he set his eyes on a performer named Lu Su. Du Yichen redeemed him, hiding him away like a precious treasure. At first, Lu Su resisted him in every way, but gradually he fell for Du Yichen. Don't stop, go on. Because his family was pressuring him to marry, he took Mei Yingxue as a cover. deceiving her for years while she bore the stigma of infertility. So it was all a lie to me? Quack, why is she suddenly crying? It must be that she's been starving for too long and can finally eat a full meal. So, are Dui-chan and Lusu still together now? They are, but they are no longer as devoted as they once were. He brought back 3 other men. The 4 of them fought for favor, getting into bitter rivalries. The house is in chaos every single day, fighting tooth and nail over a rotten cucumber? Is it really worth it? The most ridiculous part is yet to come. After long periods of fighting, the 4 of them actually developed feelings for each other. Dui-chan is now responsible for supporting them, while the 4 live together in peace, not competing anymore. Dui-chan is a complete fool. A full-time provider for 4 men. He deserves it, he brought it on himself. Exactly, host. He is not innocent in the slightest, he brought this entirely on himself. Dui-chan is truly shameless, indulging in his own hedonistic pleasures, while ruining Mei Yingshue's entire life, making her carry the burden of blame for years and suffering endlessly. Quack, where's the private residence of those 4 men? Number 72 Chunlu Alley. Next time Dui-chan goes to that house, let Mei Yingxue lead people to catch them in the act, ripping off his mask of being a gentleman in public, and letting everyone see his true, ugly face. No need to wait. He is at number 72 Chunlu Alley right now. My God. They are too reckless. Quack. Are they currently being intimate right now? They're just being intimate, so what? Why are you so excited? The opportunity has arrived. Let Mei Yingxue lead the way to catch them. We need an excuse to take everyone over there. With the 6th prince presiding, he wouldn't dare to fight back. So I've been a mere tool all this time? Only little Lord Song would dare to order me around. We've had enough tea and snacks. How about we change spots and take a walk? Good, since we've eaten enough. A stroll to clear our minds is a good idea. The shops in Chunlu Alley are quite distinctive. Why not head over there? Great, let's set off immediately. Yingxue, isn't that your husband? Yes, it is. Why would he come to a place like this? Who are you all? What are you doing here? Here, old lady, have some snacks. Licking her lips, oh, how could I be so bold? It's nothing, just a small gesture. Don't be shy, old lady. Old lady, I'd like to ask about this residence at number 72. What kind of people live there? Little girl, listen to my advice. Don't pry into the affairs of that house. Number 72 is very messy. Old lady, please have a heart. Tell us about it. A relative of mine has been gone for a long time, and our family is very worried. We heard he was spotted in Chunlu Alley. And number 72 is the most mysterious place. We had no choice but to ask. So you're looking for someone. Make sure you don't repeat this to anyone else. Rest assured, old lady, my lips are sealed. For young men live in that courtyard. And their relationship is far from normal. Could that be true? If your relative is inside, hurry and get him back for a good discipline. Your Highness, I implore your guards to help us open this gate. Who dares to trespass on private property? Get out of here at once. Du Yichen, you shameless liar. Come out here immediately. This official pays respects to the 6th prince. In all these years, have you felt even a shred of guilt? Yingxue, stop that this instant. You owe me everything. I suffered every humiliation for you, while you lied to me for all these years. How did she endure it all these years? Sixth Prince, the request for a fair resolution is reasonable. If you don't agree, I will report this to the authorities. You cheated in our marriage and maliciously harmed me. You never shared a room with me. Yet you let me carry the weight of all those insults. You caused it, and I suffered. I must get justice for this. So it was a breakdown of a marriage. Bringing such a big scandal to light. That lady has truly had it rough. Suffering all those grievances for nothing. Quack. I hope Mei Yingxue succeeds. Du Yichen, this scum, completely ruined a woman's life. It's too hateful. Do you still want to keep wandering around? No, I've had enough. Sigh. Then let's head back to the mansion. If you had known today, why did you do what you did back then? Quack, give me some super explosive gossip right away. Something to wake me up instantly. Understood, host. The top-tier explosive hot gossip is arriving immediately. Today, let's dig into one of the top officials of the court. Guo Huayu, who holds the title of Secretariat Chancellor, is a key minister in court. His primary wife, Ding Rolan, was from a military family, the legitimate daughter of General Ding Yushan. But shortly after the wedding, he took in 4 concubines one after another, and the couple's affection grew cold. Their old affection was slowly eroded by internal household strife. They appeared to respect each other as honored guests, but in reality, only formalities and appearances remained. Guo Huayu has 1 son and 2 daughters, his eldest, Guo Muyue, his youngest, Guo Muting, and his eldest legitimate son, Guo Hongxian. Quack, are you playing with me? You call this an explosive gossip? Having concubines in the backyard. That's standard practice for powerful officials. No shock value. Don't be impatient, host. The main event is yet to come. The real scandal is his eldest son, Guo Hongxian. Years ago, while traveling, he happened to save a pitiable woman named Kong Pei. At the time, Guo Hongxian wasn't married. Yet he secretly rented a house, settling Kong Pei inside, quietly keeping a mistress on the side. Guo Hongxian was getting older, reaching the age for a family-arranged marriage, and Guo Huaiyu began arranging a prestigious marriage for him. He openly stated he didn't want to marry, as he already had someone he loved in his heart. After Madame Guo secretly investigated, she discovered her half-grown son had already been keeping a mistress, and the woman was already pregnant. Once this came out, Madame Guo was nearly driven to despair. If news of a premarital pregnancy spread, the marriage prospects of all the Guo children would be ruined, and they would become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Guo Huaiyu, in a fit of rage, ordered a severe punishment for Guo Hongxian, leaving him unable to get out of bed for 3 months. Once Guo Hongxuan's injuries began to heal, Madame Guo insisted on pushing forward with the marriage. Guo Hongxuan's obsession was extremely deep, only wishing to marry his mistress, Kong Pei. To force his son to yield, Madame Guo had someone bring Kong Pei back to the Guo estate. She even laid down a cruel ultimatum. If he remained obsessed and misguided, there would be no way for her to live. To protect his loved one's life, Guo Hongxian eventually chose to compromise. The future official wife is going to suffer a lot of grievances. Not just grievances. Feng Jingwen's whole life, from the wedding day on, was a total and complete hoax. The beginning was a hoax, but the real hoax has only just begun. After the wedding, Guo Hongxian was cold to his official wife, not showing even a shred of husbandly affection. On their wedding night, he stayed in the study, leaving his new bride alone in their chamber. When Feng Jingwen was younger, she had been saved by Guo Hongxian, and she had long been deeply in love with him. Hearing that the Guo family had come to propose, she was filled with joy, thinking she had finally found a good man. But on that first night, all her girlish dreams were shattered. She had thought she was waiting for a beautiful marriage. Such a fine young lady of a prominent family. It was just a wrong choice. And that wasn't even the worst of it. For 3 whole months after the wedding, Guo Hongxian never took a single step into their chamber. Feng Jingwen spent her days weeping. Madame Guo, seeing this, grew anxious, and threatened Kong Pei's and her child's lives, ordering Guo Hongxian to consummate the marriage with his official wife. Being forced into a corner, Guo Hongxian appeared to comply and entered the room, but he remained completely repulsed in his heart. To fool the family and pass the test, he came up with a vicious plan, having his personal shadow take his place for the night. Quack, what is going on here? How does this man look exactly like Guo Hongxian? Could they be twins? The story goes back to the day Madame Guo gave birth. Madame Guo originally gave birth to twins, both of them male infants. Due to folk superstition and ignorance, twins born together were considered a sign of extreme misfortune. According to clan rules, one had to be put to death to preserve the stability of the family. Madame Guo had just finished labor, her body extremely weak. Yet she ignored everything, kneeling and begging bitterly, clinging to Guo Huaiyu's legs, sobbing uncontrollably, pleading for the child's life, even if it meant sending him away, never to be seen again. Guo Huaiyu eventually softened his heart, sparing the child's death sentence. Though he never considered any father-son affection, he sent the child straight to a hidden camp to live or die on his own. The child grew up without a name or identity, never seeing the light of day, eventually becoming Guo Hongxuan's personal shadow, handling all his dirty work, living in the dark for a lifetime. How absurd. And how ironic. They were the same flesh and blood of Guo Huaiyu, one living in luxury, the enviable scion of a noble family, and the other unseen, living as a shadow, a lifelong tool for his brother. In the modern era, twins are considered a massive blessing, envied by everyone. Guo Hongxian knew the shadow was his brother, right? That's correct. The first time they met, Guo Hongxian learned the whole truth. Knowing he was his own brother, he could still calmly use him, even forcing his brother to consummate his marriage for him. So that shadow was forced to comply? Born without freedom, his life tied to the hands of his master. All such shadows were fed chronic poisons as children, and only by receiving the antidote each month could they survive. This shadow was no exception. At first, he vowed not to comply, but Guo Hongxian used the antidote to threaten him, cutting off his path to life. To survive, he had no choice but to yield and obey his every order. Their appearance and stature were identical, and since they only moved in the dark, with dim lighting, it was impossible to tell them apart. Feng Jingwen only felt her husband was quirky, ignoring her during the day, but warm and considerate at night. Completely intimate. She thought it was just her husband being reserved and awkward. Never thinking much of it. Months later, Feng Jingwen successfully became pregnant, giving birth to 2 sons, her eldest, Guo Rui's, and her fourth, Guo Haochen. Meanwhile, Guo Hongshuan's mistress Kong Pei had also long since given birth to an illegitimate child, named Guo Yifan. This hoax has successfully hidden the truth for years. Truly top-tier absurdity. I just want to know. Does Guo Huayu or Madame Guo know about Guo Hongxian secretly using his shadow to consummate the marriage? What truly shocked everyone was the person the Guo family had actually been hiding all along. Only a few people knew of this matter. In the whole city, only Guo Hongxian and his shadow knew. Guo Hongxian was truly spoiled by the Guo family, doing whatever it took for his own selfish reasons. Host, there is an even more ridiculous inner truth. The person who actually saved Feng Jingwen back then was not Guo Hongxian at all. That day, the shadow was returning from a task and encountered a blind Feng Jingwen and guarded her, saving her life. The two look exactly the same. And in the dim night, Feng Jingwen mistook her benefactor. To this day, she doesn't even know such a person as the shadow exists. This fate was misplaced in the most absurd way. The brother didn't love the wife, but forced his brother to consummate the marriage. For several whole years, the wife stayed with him day and night, wrongly bearing the shadow's 2 children. If she finds out the truth, how will she ever bear it? Actually, the Guo family has another fatal problem. Recently, Guo Hongxian has repeatedly caused a scene, insisting on bringing his mistress Kong Pei into the Guo estate. Madame Guo is adamantly refusing. Once Kong Pei enters the mansion, the identity of the illegitimate child Guo Yifan will be exposed. And since Guo Yifan is older than the 2 legitimate sons, it would be announcing to the whole city that Guo Hongxian kept a mistress before marriage. Having an illegitimate son, the last bit of the Guo family's reputation would collapse in an instant. He brought it on himself. Guo Hongxian is no longer just Kong Pei's obsession. The Guo family is now forcing this marriage. Host. Actually, Kong Pei has another identity. Her original name is Miao Pei. Her father was once a high-ranking minister in the Miao River region, but her father was highly ambitious, refusing to be subordinate to anyone, secretly plotting a rebellion for years. His scheme was discovered in advance by the king of Miao River, and he was executed on the spot. Miao Pei saw that everything was lost, and immediately fled in a panic with her followers. All her followers sacrificed their lives, which was the only way she could escape alone. During her flight, she deliberately discarded her Miao River attire, layer upon layer of disguise, concealing her name, successfully sneaking into the capital of the Tianfeng kingdom, and this was just the beginning of her first plan. The chance meeting with Guo Hongxian while being harassed by thugs was also a carefully designed plan. Even if Guo Hongxian hadn't stepped in, she carried many poisons on her, easily enough to protect herself and escape. Young lady, are you okay? Are you injured? Thank you, young master, for your help. She had lied, claiming her family ran a small business, and encountered bandits on the road to Jincheng. Being the only one left alone, appearing pitiful, gaining all of Guo Hongshuan's sympathy. The true identity of this fragile woman is far more dangerous than anyone imagined. Kong Pei's true identity is the Miao River scout, Miao Pei. Years ago, after the civil unrest in Miao River was quelled, the king of Miao River issued a top-level wanted order. This woman is proficient in ancient poisons and arts, with a ruthless nature. No one would have ever thought that this wanted fugitive had been hiding in the estate for years. This matter could become a top-tier disaster for the relations between the 2 countries. Though Miao River is just a tribe, they possess ancient poison techniques that the whole world fears. No wonder Guo Hongxian could be deceived by her for so many years. Miao Pei originally only wanted to hide her identity, waiting for the right moment to go back and avenge her father. but Guo Hongxian showered her with all his favor. And as time passed, she began to have real feelings for him. She grew attached to this comfort and gentleness. To keep this favor locked tightly, she cast a love curse on Guo Hongxian. Once this kind of life bond curse enters the body, it completely changes a person's emotions and consciousness. Guo Hongxian, having no guard, was cursed directly. And from then on, he was controlled for life. Once this life bond curse enters the body, it changes the victim's emotional perception. No matter how many beauties are in the world, he will never be moved again. Even if someone else uses love potions, if it isn't her, he will have no reaction at all. This curse is too terrifying. This is simply manipulating human hearts by force. Is there any cure for this curse? This kind of life bond curse has no cure in ancient medical arts. The symbiotic bond of the curse is far beyond what anyone imagines. If Kong Pei dies, the curse will be triggered. Guo Hongxian, the one carrying the curse, won't necessarily lose his life, but for the rest of his life, every single day, he will suffer the pain of the curse eating his bones and heart, wishing he were dead. There's a reason why the world's nations fear Miao River. It's really beyond words. Guo Hongxian is truly pitiful for being cursed, but that doesn't mean he can be forgiven for forcing his brother to take his place. He hid the truth of the wedding night and deceived his wife for years. A wrong is a wrong. The legitimate heirs were left nameless. The Guo family legacy is essentially ruined. The first son was put under a mind curse by the shadow and is controlled for life. All the shocking scandals have temporarily come to an end. Host, you can calm down and organize the records. Official song. I will accompany my cousin to the frontier tomorrow. Living somewhere else might be better for finding peace of mind. Don't worry, it is truly over between him and me. A broken mirror cannot be mended. The scars of the past cannot be erased. Since we have legally separated, let us go our separate ways. There is no turning back. You should block such trashy men completely. Tell him to get as far away as possible. Make him regret it for the rest of his life. Official song. I have also legally separated from Du Yiqian. I will also leave the city tomorrow. You finished it so quickly? I was surprised too. Du Yiqian was afraid the scandal would continue to spread, so he readily agreed. Those 4 men even moved directly into the Du estate. They actually moved in? It's naturally true. All 4 are just over 20 years old, with no real skills, nor any actual abilities. They have identified Du Yiqian as their gullible target, and will never easily let go. You wouldn't believe it. Those 4 have terrible characters. They fight over any treasure they see in the mansion. They once acted like they were deeply in love. Now they fight over a single vase. One of them even got his head broken. The Du residents must be quite lively now. Madame Du's family will probably be enraged all over again. What are your plans for the future then? I still have some savings, so I plan to start a small business. I've lived in the capital for many years, and learned many local recipes. I want to open a capital cuisine shop in the frontier city, and live a stable life. That is an excellent idea. Establishing yourself on your own merits will surely bring a prosperous business. Women should be independent. People can betray you, but money can always support you. With money in hand, why get married? You could be the ultimate tycoon yourself, choosing from all kinds of high-quality men. Changing one every day would be fine. Having someone rub your shoulders, someone to pound your legs, someone to feed you fruit, and even someone to play the zither and sing. That would be a life of pure bliss. Host, look at how others are striving for self-improvement, focusing on their careers. Then look at you, lying around every day with no ambition. What do you know? If you worked even a little bit, you could live like that too. Others working hard is enough. I just want to slack off comfortably. I've finally become a rich young lady. Why shouldn't I lay flat and enjoy it? My departure has already passed, and grandfather sent a letter urging us, so we should return home soon. Meeting you was fate. Since we are parting ways tomorrow, tonight cannot end in such a rush. I will personally host a banquet to give you a proper send-off. This is quite simple. Just put it into boil and it's ready to eat. A brilliant business opportunity has sparked. Hot pot has an excellent flavor and a very wide target audience. If I open an exclusive hot pot restaurant, it will definitely be a massive hit. But on second thought, I immediately discard the idea of doing it myself. The optimal solution is to find a reliable partner, hand over full responsibility for operation and management, and just sit back and wait for the year-end dividends. Easily earning while lying flat. Worry-free and cozy. Business partnership affairs cannot be rushed. Slowly screening for a safe candidate will suffice. Second-rank secretary Guo Huaiyu has been demoted twice for failing to manage his family properly. How did he suddenly get demoted? The emperor only stated that his family management was lax. The Guo residence has new gossip. Could it be that one of Guo Huaiyu's concubines ran away with someone else? Host, the original trope was about a sister-in-law running away. How did you automatically change it to a concubine? It's all the same. Either way, a family member ran off with someone. Don't sweat the details. Tell me the truth fast. A high-ranking official's concubine running away is enough to show the situation is far worse than just pregnancy issues. The Guo family was already riddled with scandals. Now adding a secret courtyard affair. They are truly having the worst luck. The truth behind the demotion is here. Guo Hongshuan's absurd deception with his body double was completely uncovered when General Feng Chuanqi investigated. Feng Chuanqi was furious. Taking his offspring and a group of experts, he raided the Guo estate directly. Everyone caught Guo Hongxian, and without a word, they began punishing him. The shadow stepped forward to intervene, but Feng Tsong was prepared, ordering his men to take care of him as well. Even though the shadow's martial arts were excellent, he could not withstand the siege of many. One pair of fists cannot defeat four hands. In the end, he was crushed in a brawl, covered in severe injuries, and left on the verge of death. Feng Jingguan, unaware of the reason, stepped forward to stop the fight, only to be stopped firmly by Feng Tsong. After beating them both up, Feng Tsong suppressed his heartache and told his daughter all the absurd truths. Did the separation succeed? A scumbag like this must be dumped immediately. 100% success. Feng Tsong took his daughter and two grandsons back to the great general's mansion. The next day, he petitioned the emperor, requesting permission for Feng Jingguan and Guo Hongxian to separate. The two grandsons were brought back to be raised by the Feng family. The emperor investigated the full story, knowing well that the Guo family was at fault, and immediately issued a decree granting it. The Feng family retrieved all of Feng Jingwen's dowry, and both sides completely severed their ties. With no more involvements, the shadow was pitiful, unwillingly trapped, but he was indeed involved in the deception, and had hurt Feng Jingguan. Feng Jingguan now feels nothing but hatred towards Guo Hongxian and the shadow. The shadow tried to visit several times, but was rejected every time, without even getting a chance to see her. Feng Tsong felt heartbroken for his daughter's plight, fearing she would get trapped in her past, and that her obsession would hurt her health, so he quickly arranged for her to take the children and leave the capital, going far away to restart her life in a new environment. Should have done that sooner. Cutting losses in time is the wisest choice. Human trash like Guo Hongxian should be left to torture each other with Miao Pei. Not only is the marriage broken, the Guo family's real catastrophe has only just begun. The true identity of Miao Pei, the Miao River Scout, has been thoroughly verified by the emperor. The Imperial court combined with the Miao River people in the capital for precise monitoring, secretly arresting Miao Pei and the illegitimate son Guo Yifan. Miao Pei's martial arts and skills are deep. Ordinary guards could never capture her. Only the local Miao River people could control her secret arts to prevent her escape and further hidden dangers. Now both are under strict, separate surveillance, and the emperor has sent a fast horse to inform the king of Miao River, waiting for the king's decision. Guo Yifan, carrying the blood of a Miao River traitor, cannot escape a death sentence despite his young age. Guo Hongxian, because he was involved in this major Miao River case, was also thrown into prison. Even if the king of Miao River spares his life, recognizing he was ignorant and not involved in the rebellion, once Miao Pei dies, The love curse in his body will immediately backlash. For the rest of his life, he will endure the agony of his heart and bones being devoured, wishing he could die, but unable to do so. He is truly pathetic. This is purely self-inflicted. Not one bit unjust. I finally understand it now. You must never casually pick up pathetic strangers on the road. They are either harboring hidden conspiracies, or they carry monumental trouble with them. At best, you lose money. At worst, you lose your whole family. Exactly right. Guo Hongxian is the best example, because he kindly took in a fugitive. He ended up with a chaotic household, his career destroyed, and his children ruined. The emperor conducted a thorough search of the city, confirming that Guo Huaiyu and everyone else in the residence were oblivious. The Guo family seemingly escaped total destruction, but in reality, they are already finished. The heir is ruined and crippled, the family secrets are severed, they are embroiled in the Miao River disaster, the family reputation is gone, and nobody knows what kind of international storm will arise. Once the king of Miao River hears the news, can the remnants of the Guo family survive this final death blow? The emperor is indeed a wise ruler, fair and objective, never implicating the innocent. Indeed, the emperor is always clear and just. Your Majesty, although the flood in the south has been controlled, the number of post-disaster casualties is still rising. I humbly request you to quickly dispatch Imperial physicians to the disaster zone, to suppress the disaster and prevent a plague. Oh no, after a great disaster, a great plague must follow. Could the plague have already broken out? Host, you guessed correctly. The epidemic has already appeared in the south. The plague is fierce. Is it too late to study preventive measures? No need to study them. I have a complete treatment and prevention plan right here. First, describe the mild symptoms, so we can prescribe the right medicine and avoid misdiagnosis. Patients initially suffer from liver thirst and high fever, then fall into a coma and pass away within a few days. The disease is extremely dangerous. Gua Gua, prepare the treatment plan immediately and summarize everything regarding daily prevention, environmental sanitation, and isolation control measures. Received, it has already been compiled. Hand it to my father immediately after court, so he can send it to the disaster area as soon as possible. Saving one more person counts. Understood. The Empress ordered Madame Song to take Song Yao Yao and Song Qingling to enter the palace for an audience immediately. The Empress is so considerate, arranging for a sedan chair. Otherwise, it would take at least 40 minutes to walk to the Weiyang Palace. Indeed, the families of ordinary officials usually don't get this treatment when entering the palace. Our luck is just too good. Yao Yao, wake up. We've arrived. We're there. Ah. We, father and daughter, pay our respects to the Empress and the Imperial consorts. Rise. No need for formalities. Guagua. Guagua, look, the whole room is full of top-tier beauties. Keep your voice down, your inner screaming is also noisy. It's not like I can't see. You are a girl. Why are you more into looking at beauties than men? What do you know? Girls are the best at appreciating beauties. If I look a few more times, I could eat 2 extra bowls of rice. Stop making excuses. You can eat 2 bowls without looking at beauties anyway. If you keep eating, you'll turn into a little meatball sooner or later. You're the ball. No personal attacks allowed. You heard it too. There are so many beauties in the palace. The emperor is quite lucky. Guagua, with so many consorts. Can the emperor manage to see them all every night? In the harem, they flip tablets. Only seeing one person a night. What are you worrying about? Oh right, I forgot that rule. How handsome he is. Guagua, introduce these beauties to me quickly. Which consort is which? The one in the main seat is the empress. The most luxuriously dressed. The one with the strongest aura is consort Lu. The one in the purple dress is consort Duan. By the way, do you want a secret gossip about the imperial court? Tell me. This is Consort Jiang. Also the subject of today's big gossip. Before entering the palace, Consort Jiang had a childhood sweetheart named Jiang Zi. Jiang Zi was a son of the Jiang family. Growing up alongside him, the two were deeply in love and had long ago pledged their lives to each other. But Consort Jiang's beauty was stunning. And after the illness, he was chosen to enter the palace. Forced by family pressure and imperial power, he had to obey the decree, eventually becoming an imperial consort. Jiang Zi was heartbroken. And to see him every day, he sacrificed his status and purity, underwent castration to enter the palace, and became a small eunuch. For many years after, he never asked to meet, never asked to be together. As long as he could see him from afar, he was content. So does Consort Jiang know the truth about him entering the palace? Not at all. Jiang Zi never thought about disturbing him, and certainly didn't want to drag him down. He was willing to live anonymously, guarding him for a lifetime. To think there is such a devoted person in this world. It's a real shame. Jiang Zi was exceptionally talented, with immense wisdom. He originally had the potential to be a top scholar, but unfortunately, heroes have a hard time resisting beauty. He gave up his whole life for one person, completely burying a bright future. One thought of deep love, gone for a lifetime. It really makes one feel regret. Everyone in the palace hall was shocked by the secret story. Consort Jiang held back her tears, her heart breaking. Nobody knew. After this deep palace secret love of several years was exposed, what would happen to the silently waiting Jiangzi? Can consort Jiang endure it? The palace gossip leaves one speechless, facing this heavy and deep affection. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Rise. I heard the song family mother and daughter entered the palace today, so I came to join the fun. If the Empress Dowager wanted to see them, just send a decree, and they would have come. Why did you need to come personally? I've stayed in the palace for too long, so I'm just out for a stroll. Host, new gossip is here. Do you want to hear it? Listen, how can I not listen to gossip? It would be a sin. This round is about the secrets of Consort Liu. Consort Liu's original name was Liu Yubing, the legitimate eldest daughter of the second-rank great general Liu Qingfeng. She practiced martial arts with her father since childhood. A girl in elegant clothes riding horses in the wild. She was a free-spirited daughter of a military family. Consort Liu, original name Liu Yubing, was a free-spirited daughter of a military family. But when she first saw the emperor in her youth, she fell in love at first sight. Liu Qingfeng knew the dangers of the harem, and warned her many times that entering the palace meant losing all freedom. Accompanying the monarch for a lifetime, fortune and misfortune are hard to predict, but at the time, Liu Yubing's heart was full of the emperor. She couldn't listen to reason, insisting on entering the palace for this doomed deep love. After entering the palace, Liu Yubing hid all her sharp edges, forcing herself to become a gentle, compliant, and well-behaved court lady. Early in her palace days, she was showered with favor. The emperor spent many nights in her quarters. Investment of 5 taels. But imperial love is the most fleeting. After the favor faded, all that was left for her was coldness and loneliness. From being together every night, to seeing him every few days, to not seeing him for months at a time. New people in the harem kept arriving, and his exclusive favor was eventually eroded by time. Day after day of guarding an empty room wore out her enthusiasm. But what truly crushed her was when her long-awaited first child unexpectedly miscarried. This was no accident. A miscarriage in the harem. 9 times out of 10 hides a scheme. Host guessed right. This miscarriage was a conspiracy of poisoning from start to finish. The mastermind was the long-deceased Li Fei. Li Fingyi. When Li Fingyi first entered the palace, she envied Liu Yubing's family background, her beauty, and her talent, which were all superior to hers. She entered the deep palace with no power or status, intent on finding a backer. After much deliberation, she targeted the favored, simple-minded Liu Yubing. At the time, Liu Yubing was depressed due to the emperor's cold treatment. and Li Fingyi accompanied and comforted her every day, even planning ways to win back imperial favor. Her methods actually worked, and the emperor spent several nights in Consort Lu's palace. From then on, Lu Yubing completely let her guard down, viewing Li Fingyi as her only confidant in the palace. But her sincerity was met with calculation and jealousy. The simple and honest general's daughter couldn't see through the snake-like heart beneath that gentle face. Not long after, Lu Yubing became pregnant with the dragon seed. She was full of joy, planning to tell everyone once the pregnancy was stable. But living together every day, her changes were quickly noticed by Li Fingyi. Seeing Lu Yubing favored again, and easily getting pregnant with the imperial heir, Li Fingyi completely lost her mind. Li Fingyi planned for many days, finally setting up a seamless trap. Lu Yubing loved sweets, so she played to her preferences, making different exquisite pastries every day, and sending them into the palace. The pastries were bound to cause trouble sooner or later. She used such small amounts daily. It was impossible to notice in the short term, but the toxins accumulated day after day, eventually destroying the pregnancy. A premeditated murder was thus disguised as an accident. All these years, Consort Lu wore heavy makeup and gorgeous clothes, not out of greed for luxury. She just wanted to look her best, to make the emperor look at her one more time. A formerly bright and flamboyant general's daughter was worn down by the palace walls like this. She always held a flicker of extravagant hope, hoping for the return of favor, hoping to have another child, to make her life complete. She was once a bright and flamboyant military girl. The scariest thing isn't the open sword and gun, but the kind of hidden harm that no one can detect for years. From then on, Consort Lu's health was damaged, and no matter how she adjusted, she could never conceive again. She lost her child, having no offspring for a lifetime. This was never fate's will, but deliberate poisoning. For so many years, she has been carrying such pain. A proper general's daughter, trapped in this deep palace in the end. The years of struggle in the deep palace long ago changed the original military girl. Now she is patient and deep, no longer the girl who trusted others so easily. Host, the gossip about Consort Lu is temporarily over. Next is the secret gossip about her own brother. Consort Lu's own brother also hides unknown secrets? Hey, Gua Gua. Consort Lu's brother actually has secrets too? That's right, the amount of information is huge. Then tell me quickly, I'm listening. Consort Lu's brother is named Lu Zhishuan. He is only 20 years old this year. Young as he is, he has already attained the 6th rank position, holding a critical post. My God, this beauty is just too stunning. These eyebrows, these eyes, this temperament, it hits all my aesthetic buttons. Host, stay calm. You must stay calm. We are noble ladies. Can you be a little more ladylike? The way you're so excited you're bubbling over. There's not a shred of gentle girl left in you. These are my inner thoughts. I didn't say them out loud. Can you govern what I'm thinking in my heart? Stop interrupting, tell me quickly. What kind of secret could such a high-quality handsome guy be hiding? Big news. Received, received. Start immediately. Lu Zhiheng was born into a prestigious military family, yet he never relied on his background to take shortcuts. He voluntarily joined the army for training, anonymously starting as a humble foot soldier. He fought his way up through bloody battles, relying entirely on his own true skills to reach his current high-ranking position. After years of grinding in the military camp, he met several close friends, sworn brothers who would entrust their lives to one another. Wait a minute. Don't tell me his relationship with these brothers is unconventional? Could it be that Lu Zhiheng doesn't like women and prefers men? Ha 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 ha. Gua gua. Why did the Empress Dowager suddenly choke for no reason? I'm not sure. She probably choked on her tea by accident. Then ignore it. Keep talking about Lu Zhiheng. Host, you're overthinking it. The plot is not what you imagine at all. Lu Zhiheng is devoted entirely to military affairs, full of duty to his country, with no time at all for romance or trivial matters of marriage. That's good. Now I am completely relieved. Gua gua, keep digging. Among his sworn brothers, there was one named Chao Dashan, who relied on his younger sister, Chao Xiaolan, for survival. Chao Dashan had settled his sister in a small border town. During his leave, he once brought Lu Zhiheng and his brothers to visit her. They all treated Chao Xiaolan like their own sister. Did this Chao Xiaolan fall for Lu Zhiheng at first sight? Exactly right. Chao Xiaolan was smitten the moment she saw him. But Chao Dashan knew the dangers of the army well, and didn't want his sister to live a life of fear married to a soldier. He warned her seriously multiple times. Seeing his sister's obsession wouldn't fade, Chao Dashan cut off all contact and stopped bringing his brothers to visit. Unable to see Lu Zhiheng again, Chao Xiaolan fell into the abyss of lovesickness and became ill from it. Hearing she was seriously ill, Chao Dashan hurried back in a panic to see her. Seeing her frail appearance, he finally relented and asked Lu Zhiheng to come and comfort her. After Lu Zhiheng arrived, Chao Xiaolan gathered the courage to confess bluntly. Lu Zhiheng handled it with proper decorum and politely rejected her on the spot. Chao Dashan burst in and broke the deadlock. Afterward, he apologized to Lu Zhiheng in private to ease the tension. The matter ended there. But the real farce had just begun. After Lu Zhiheng left, Chao Dashan scolded his sister severely, telling her to give up completely. Heartbroken, Chao Xiaolan began using hunger strikes and self-harm to coerce him. Chao Dashan held his ground firmly. Forced to the brink, he only dared to observe from the doorway, not daring to enter. Chao Dashan was truly protective of his sister. Pity that Chao Xiaolan was selfish and paranoid, literally forcing her own brother out of his home. Half a year passed. Chao Xiaolan became paranoid and insane. Not long after, Lu Zhiheng led a team deep into the border and fell into an ambush. Chao Dashan was severely wounded while desperately protecting Lu Zhiheng. Considering the camp was too crude, everyone sent the severely wounded Chao Dashan to Chao Xiaolan's residence for help. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the house, Chao Xiaolan saw her injured brother, showed only brief sorrow, And then her heart and eyes focused entirely on the unscathed Lu Zhiheng, fussing over him. She didn't express a single word of concern for her own brother. After giving instructions, the others left in a hurry. Lu Zhiheng, in particular, avoided suspicion and left quickly. Since then, Lu Zhiheng never appeared again. Chao Dashan also firmly rejected his sister's requests to see others. Unable to get what she wanted, Chao Xiaolan transferred all her resentment onto her brother, believing it was Chao Dashan who was standing in her way, and even hoped for his complete disappearance. To achieve her goal, she feigned gentleness while taking care of her brother, but secretly diluted his healing medicine with water. This is nothing short of premeditated murder. That was her own brother who had protected her since she was young, who raised her with his own hands. Where did Chao Xiaolan get the nerve? How could her heart be so vicious to this extent? Even watching her brother in a feverish coma, clinging to life, Chao Xiaolan watched coldly from the sidelines. For days, Chao Dashan suffered from repeated high fevers, his mind becoming blurred, unconscious and delirious, his health deteriorating daily. Only when she noticed her brother's breathing becoming weak, nearing the end, did Chao Xiaolan put on a look of panic, rushing out to summon a doctor from the city. But it was all too late. After feeling the pulse, the doctor could only shake his head and sigh, stating the person was beyond saving. At the end of his rope, he told her to prepare for the funeral early. Upon hearing this, Chao Xiaolan acted brilliantly, collapsing on the spot and crying hysterically, looking like a grieving relative who had lost her closest kin, nearly fainting from the grief. When Lu Zhiheng and the others received the news at the army camp and rushed over, Chao Dashan had already passed away. Having completely ceased breathing, Chao Dashan was in a high fever and unconscious, in a delirious state, on his deathbed, muttering over and over, in his dying thoughts, still the name of his sister, Chao Xiaolan. Until his death, he was still concerned about and cherished this one and only sister. He never suspected a thing. It's just so unfair. When Chao Dashan was on his deathbed, all his thoughts were of this sister. But he never knew until his death that the culprit who caused his death, and was hoping for it, was precisely the sister he loved his whole life. Chao Xiaolan, such a vixen is intolerable under heaven. I really want to rush in and reveal her true colors, to let everyone see her vicious heart, and bring her to justice immediately. After Lu Zhiheng and his men arrived, did they not carefully check the injuries and investigate the cause of death? Did they just conclude it so hastily? Gua Gua, continue the details. Reveal this perfect scam. Everyone examined Chao Dashan's wounds immediately, and specially asked the doctor. The doctor stated bluntly that the deceased died from a wound infection leading to a high fever, which was unfortunate. The symptoms were clear and undeniable. Lu Zhiheng and the others, filled with sorrow, immediately questioned Chao Xiaolan. They had clearly given detailed instructions on the precautions for caring for the wound. Faced with the questioning, Chao Xiaolan was well prepared. She insisted she had followed all instructions throughout, caring for him attentively, not daring to be the least bit negligent, no matter how they pressed and investigated. She only had one answer: she didn't know. The rest was just burying her head and crying, weeping silently. It was well known that the siblings had relied on each other from a young age, and their deep bond was common knowledge. The brothers had personally witnessed Chao Dashan's doting love, and in their deeply rooted beliefs, they couldn't even imagine that his sister would harm her own brother for selfish love. Everyone had a preconceived notion, believing that since it was Chao Xiaolan's first time dressing a severe wound, it was an unintentional tragedy due to lack of experience. Lu Zhiheng was full of guilt, blaming himself endlessly. He always believed Chao Dashan died from injuries sustained while saving him. If he hadn't entrusted the severely wounded Chao Dashan to Chao Xiaolan in the first place, perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have happened. But the world is unpredictable, and the deceased cannot return. No amount of regret could change the outcome. Everyone could only swallow their grief and handle Chao Dashan's funeral affairs with full effort. Once Chao Dashan's funeral was completely settled, Lu Zhiheng and his brothers, feeling sorry for Chao Xiaolan being alone with no home, asked her about her future plans for livelihood. Chao Xiaolan hung her head and remained silent for a long time, brewing her emotions, before slowly opening her mouth to toss out her meticulously calculated words. Brother specifically entrusted me on his deathbed, hoping you would take good care of me in the future. As soon as these words were out, they directly locked both the debt of gratitude for saving a life and moral shackles firmly onto Lu Zhiheng. Lu Zhiheng, already full of guilt and self-blame, immediately agreed without hesitation. On the spot, in front of all his brothers, he made a promise. From this day on, he would treat Chao Xiaolan like his own sister. Not only would he ensure she had food and clothing and suffered no grievances, but in the future, he would personally select a good marriage for her and prepare a generous dowry to see her married off in style. What Chao Xiaolan wanted was never her brother's protection, but to become his wife heart and soul. Facing Lu Zhiheng's promise to treat her like a sister, Chao Xiaolan pretended to be obedient and submissive, accepting it readily. But in her heart, she had long since made meticulous calculations. Haste makes waste. If she confessed her feelings outright at this moment, it would only scare Lu Zhiheng away completely. Once he deliberately distanced himself to avoid suspicion, she would have no chance to see him again. Better to approach slowly and plan bit by bit. Haha, it seems that after a murder case involving her relative, Chao Xiaolan has actually grown a brain. Direct confession didn't work, so she started playing it by being a wolf in sheep's clothing, right? Exactly. The current Chao Xiaolan has long shed her former naivety and recklessness. In order to get him, she worries day and night, using any means necessary just to achieve her goal. To steal a man, she murdered her own brother and feigned pity. Chao Xiaolan is truly racking her brains, with no bottom line. Ever since the sibling name was established, every time there was a military leave, Lu Zhiheng would bring a group of brothers to visit. But this exactly angered Chao Xiaolan. Her heart was set on being alone with Lu Zhiheng, to cultivate feelings, not wanting to face a group of coarse military men, with everyone gathered together, boisterous and noisy. She had no chance to be alone with him at all. All her calculations fell through. Chao Xiaolan's inner anger surged, Yet on her face, she pretended to be happy and obedient, entertaining the guests. Brother, since the army affairs are busy, why bother making this trip? She vaguely hinted that the military affairs were busy, so everyone didn't need to make a special trip to visit. However, the brothers were upright, thinking she was just being thoughtful and considerate, openly stating she was the group's own younger sister. Even if military affairs were busy, they would definitely come to visit on their days off, never missing a chance. Again and again, her plans failed, and Chao Xiaolan was nearly driven mad by her own frustration. Her inner hatred and restlessness grew even more intense. Chao Xiaolan's secret frustration made the city's gossip Song Yaoyao finally feel a little relieved. Everyone in the grand hall saw this and felt happy, finally seeing this vicious woman get a taste of frustration. After this failure, Chao Xiaolan realized clearly that a slow-boiled frog approach wouldn't work. If things went on like this, she would only ever be a younger sister, with absolutely no chance of ever gaining a real status. To hit the nail on the head and firmly tie herself to Lu Zhiheng, she conceived an extremely vicious, foolproof plan. She planned that the next time everyone came to visit, she would prepare a feast of chives, prepare a jar of strong spirits, pretend to be an enthusiastic host, seize the chance to get all the brothers drunk, create an opportunity to be alone, and design a scenario to sleep in the same bed with Lu Zhiheng. Once everyone woke up and saw the scene, she would bite back, falsely claiming Lu Zhiheng lost control after drinking, and forcibly defiled her. Simply shameless. Insane. Her brother's body is still cold. And not only is she cruel, she is also murderous, but she also uses her dead brother to force a marriage. What exactly did the young commander do wrong to attract such a clingy dog-skin plaster? The pure and kind young general is going to be completely destroyed by this vixen. No. She absolutely cannot be allowed to succeed. The only way now is to reveal the whole truth. Let everyone know Chao Dashan's real cause of death. Let the officials thoroughly investigate the case and bring her to justice. That's right, we absolutely cannot let a murderer with the blood of her own family on her hands escape the law. But everyone is currently kept in the dark, and Lu Zhiheng is full of guilt, with no guard up against her. Once the scheme succeeds, Chao Xiaolan will use the death of her brother's life to firmly manipulate him, and Lu Zhiheng's life will be ruined. Host, don't panic. There's a way to resolve this. I can take all the truth about Chao Xiaolan harming people and the secret evidence and organize it into a note. You just need to find a chance. Quietly slip the note to noble consort Lu. The truth will naturally reach her eyes. But I'm just a nobody. I have no proper reason to approach noble consort Lu at all. Approaching her abruptly is too suspicious. Too easy to invite doubt. Opportunities are what you make for yourself. It just depends on if you can seize it. Let's not delay. I will get all the evidence and testimonies printed out properly now. I'll wait for the right moment to act. Host, everything is printed. The evidence is ready. Received, I'll wait patiently for the right timing and act once I find the right chance. Little song, you are quite agreeable, come forward one step. Let me take a closer look, the chance is gone. Perfect timing. Go for it. Understood. Little song, you look so pleasing. Has everything at home been well lately? Are you used to the Imperial banquets? Do you read and write daily, accompanying your mother to talk and relax? It's all settled now. Just now, one had to be very careful in every detail. It really exhausted my spirit. Host, you've been on edge for so long. Do you want to hear some fresh gossip from the palace to relax? Naturally, I want to hear it. Interesting fresh gossip from all over the palace is always coming up. For this round, let's talk about the secret history of Duan Ping. Duan Ping himself is of a gentle nature, cautious in his ways, living a life without striving, and indeed has no dirt or scandals. But today's main character isn't him, but his half-sister, Duan Sanyu. A while ago, taking advantage of lax supervision in the mansion, she secretly took her maid and snuck out to have fun. After enjoying their meal outside, she suddenly realized that her coin purse had been accidentally lost. The owner didn't know the situation, assuming she was a customer eating a free meal on purpose, and immediately scolded and shamed her in public. Just as Duan Sanyu was filled with shame and anger, not knowing where to hide herself, a mysterious man suddenly appeared, proactively paying off her entire bill. Saved from a desperate situation, Duan Sanyu was filled with gratitude. But when she looked up and saw the person's face, she was instantly stunned, her heart missing a beat. This dashing young man who helped her was the newly ranked top scholar, Gao Moran. Previously, when Gao Moran rode his horse through the streets upon entering the capital, Duan Sanyu had watched from afar, already having an impression of this handsome scholar. The atmosphere in the city was liberal, and young men and women could socialize properly, so meeting and traveling together was quite common. After meeting, Gao Moran often invited Duan Sanyu for outings and spring excursions. Spending time together frequently, Duan Sanyu became increasingly drawn to this gentle and talented scholar. Their fondness grew day by day, becoming deeper and deeper. When the timing was right, Gao Moran candidly revealed his feelings, confessing and pursuing Duan Sanyu. Duan Sanyu already admired him in her heart, but she adhered to etiquette, remaining proper and discreet. She knew that for children of noble families, marriage cannot be chosen, and must follow the elders' arrangements. So she didn't answer recklessly, only stating that she had to tell her parents first. Only after the elders' approval could an engagement be set. Gao Moran understood completely upon hearing this, accepting it and waiting patiently. This story seems like a common story of a talented scholar and a beautiful maiden, with mutual feelings, equal in talent and appearance. A coincidental meeting, a plain, warm, ordinary story. Where is the special clue hidden? Host, the story seems perfect and beautiful on the surface, but there are hidden agendas underneath. I will take you to understand this gentle scholar in detail, and see his true character. Gao Moran was naturally brilliant, intelligent since childhood. Unfortunately, he suffered misfortune when young, his father dying early. He was raised by his mother alone since childhood, living in poverty, with frugal living. Mother Gao often relied on sewing and laundry for others, and manual labor, working hard to support his studies. Gao Moran was sensible and precocious, copying books in his spare time, to trade for meager amounts of silver, subsidizing the family and supporting his studies. He cherished the hard-won opportunity to study deeply, diligently and tirelessly in his early years, with a pure character. But after passing the Shōtsai exam, everything quietly changed. One time while leave, his classmates forced him to go out, ostensibly to see the world and broaden his horizons. The place they were going to was the city's most famous pleasure house, Yichun Pavilion. Entering this place, Gao Moran was full of anxiety, turning to leave immediately, but was forcibly stopped by his classmates and dragged inside. They sat down and directly ordered Yichuan Pavilion's top male performer, Nanxing. Nanxing was talented and good-looking, selling art but not his body, only accompanying guests to recite poetry, playing the zither and singing, chatting with them about elegance. Only Galmoran sat in the corner, silent and quiet, like an outsider. Nanxing noticed this green, reserved poor student, but didn't say anything to disturb him. Afterwards, his classmates repeated this, repeatedly dragging him back to Yichuan Pavilion. After a few times, Galmoran's reserve gradually faded, slowly adapting to the atmosphere of the pleasure house. And because of this, Nanxing gradually got to know him well, their interactions becoming increasingly frequent. I get it, you don't need to say more. He absolutely had a secret affair with this top performer Nanxing, and made a secret promise, right? Host, you guessed it right. Not a bit off. During their casual chats, Nanxing learned of Galmoran's poor background, supported by a widowed mother, the hardships of his studies, and respected and pitied him deeply. Nanxing was originally the daughter of a rich merchant, but because her family fell into ruin, her fate was hard, and she was forced into the pleasure quarters. Nanxing was well-read since childhood, with outstanding talent. Regardless of poetry or current affairs, she could talk easily with Galmoran. Like-minded friends met, appreciating each other, and the two soon crossed the line, falling in love in secret. Knowing Galmoran was studying hard in a difficult situation, Nanxing felt pity, proactively taking out her personal savings accumulated over the years, wishing to help him continue his studies. At first, Galmoran felt guilty, refusing in every way, unwilling to accept it easily. He felt quite uneasy initially, but as time passed, Galmoran gradually grew accustomed to being supported by a man. He went from hesitation to accepting it calmly. With Nanxing's generous financial support, he completely shook off his poverty-stricken life, improving his quality of life, with no more worries left. For the next few years, from his hard life of study to success in the Imperial exams, Galmoran's entire academic journey was funded by Nanxing's money. Initially, Nanxing only felt bad for his poverty, giving him 10 or 20 taels at a time to help him study in peace. But after getting a taste of the easy life and becoming addicted to comfort, Galmoran's mindset shifted. From being a passive recipient, he later began actively demanding money, and the amounts grew from loose change to hundreds of taels. Over the years, he had spent a full tens of thousands of taels of Nanxing's savings. Galmoran had never looked down on Nanxing, a woman from the pleasure quarters, without even sparing her a glance. Yet he and his mother depended on Nanxing's money for years, enjoying it wantonly, while secretly despising her. Hypocritical to the extreme, Nanxing poured out her years of savings, emptying all her wealth, wholeheartedly supporting Galmoran's pursuit of knowledge. She asked for nothing much, only hoping that after he succeeded, he could redeem her and give her a proper status. Nanxing's unwavering, sincere devotion was ultimately betrayed. What she waited for was indeed the news of Galmoran's success in the exams. But as soon as Galmoran was ranked high, he immediately tried to turn his back on her. Since then, he never stepped foot in Yichuan Pavilion again. In Galmoran's eyes, Nanxing, who had fallen into the pleasure quarters, was simply unworthy of his status as a new top scholar. Once he attained fame, he was anxious to erase this past romance from his life. In order to cut ties completely and prevent future trouble, he was terrified that Nanxing would come looking for him and ruin his bright future. Galmoran secretly sent someone to bribe the pimp, Lao Bao, demanding he strictly monitor Nanxing. If Nanxing insisted on looking for him or causing trouble, he was to suppress the matter, not letting her step out of Yichuan Pavilion. Lao Bao, blinded by greed, took the silver and agreed immediately. Day after day, Nanxing waited for him in vain. Gradually sensing something was wrong, worried sick about Gao Moran's safety, she could no longer sit still, determined to go to the capital to find him. But Lao Bao had already been ordered to stop her. In the ensuing struggle and chaos, Nanxing was tragically murdered. On the spot. Gao Moran is truly an ungrateful wolf in human clothing. Heartless and cruel. Deserving of death. Poor Nanxing. Giving her whole heart to a predator, only to receive a tragic death in return. And this was definitely not an accident. It was clearly Lao Bao taking a bribe and intentionally murdering her. Indeed, it was premeditated murder, and Gao Moran continued, sending heavy bribes after the incident, pressuring Lao Bao repeatedly, insisting on removing this stain of Nanxing permanently. Only if Nanxing completely disappeared would his disgraceful past remain unknown. And only then could he securely establish himself in the capital, clinging to the powerful and wealthy. This move of crossing the bridge and burning it, cutting the roots to remove all threats, was truly vicious, executed to perfection. Ever since he obtained fame and profit, living a life of luxury, the once simple and pure youth had completely changed. Now, he only sees profit and gain, using any means necessary to achieve his ends. His nature becoming extremely sinister. His and Duan Sanyu's beautiful meeting was never a coincidence, but a meticulously planned, top-tier scheme. After placing third in the Imperial exams, Gao Moran was famous for a time, but he only received a small 7th rank official position. His official rank was low, his foundation shallow, far less glamorous than others imagined. To rise quickly and avoid taking the long road, he soon set his sights on a high-status marriage. To climb the social ladder, Gao Moran secretly spent huge amounts of money investigating the backgrounds of noble ladies in the capital, even checking their temperament and character one by one. After compiling the information, he screened them layer by layer, picked and chose, finally selecting 10 candidates to simulate potential outcomes, creating coincidental encounters to match his preferences, waiting for the chance to attach himself to them. He is truly arrogant and greedy, a mere 7th rank official, a hypocrite who relies on women to rise. And yet he dares to be so picky, selecting so carefully? It's truly nauseating. 3 unsuccessful attempts. Before his accidental meeting with Duan Sanyu, Gao Moran had already actively approached several noble ladies. But because of his low status and shallow roots, all his deliberate attempts were ignored. And he hit a wall repeatedly. One noble lady saw through his opportunistic intentions and directly ordered her men to beat him. Gao Moran was severely injured, bedridden for 2 whole months. As soon as he could leave the house, he ran into Duan Sanyu. Although Duan Sanyu is the daughter of a 4th rank official, her family status isn't the highest, but her sister is an imperial concubine, deeply favored by the emperor. This royal connection is enough to be his ultimate stepping stone. Gao Moran immediately locked onto Duan Sanyu. Gao Moran followed her, observing, and discovered Duan Sanyu was traveling simply, with only one maid, and no guards following her. The perfect opportunity was right before his eyes. He secretly hired men to steal the 2 women's purses, intentionally creating a situation where they couldn't pay their bill. Then he made his precise entrance, defending them with righteousness, staging a hero saving the damsel. But this romantic encounter was a scheme from beginning to end. Duan Sanyu believed it was real, and felt deeply moved by him. This person is truly disgusting. For his own future, he calculatedly schemes against an innocent noble girl. There is no such thing as a perfect coincidence in this world. It was just a long-planned trap. I really worry for Duan Sanyu. If a better candidate with a higher status appeared, he would abandon Duan Sanyu without a second thought. With his selfishness and cruelty, whether Duan Sanyu can even keep her life is unknown. The host is right. For the sake of his future, he could even coldly kill his benefactor, the one who poured her years of hard work into him. This man puts success above all else. His heart is poisonous, and he has absolutely no moral bottom line. Sigh, I really want to warn Duan Sanyu, so she can be on guard early. I can't always rely on secretly passing notes to tip her off whenever something happens. No need to rush for this matter. Duan Sanyu has lived in the capital for a long time and loves to stroll around the streets. We go out of the palace to shop often, so sooner or later we will run into her. We can just warn her in person then. That sounds good, let's do that. There are truly endless bits of gossip in the palace and court. I'm like someone standing in a field of melons, surrounded by juicy gossip. I can't consume it all. Is there more? Continue, continue. There's more heavy-duty stuff. Speak quickly, don't keep me in suspense. His Majesty has arrived. Everyone, please rise. Why would the Emperor suddenly come today? I heard that official song was here to report, so I came to join the fun. Wait, this isn't right. Everyone says the Emperor is busy with 10,000 matters, hardworking and diligent. So why does this Emperor look incredibly laid back? It's perfectly normal for an emperor to miss his concubines and drop by to see them. What's wrong with that? After working hard on memorials for a long time, enjoying some gossip and relaxing occasionally is quite reasonable, right? Guagua, why are you so good at talking back? For every sentence I say, you have 10 to argue back. A true master of debate for sure. I'm not arguing for the sake of it. I'm just speaking the truth. Fine, fine, fine. You're the most reasonable, everything you say is correct. Let's stop the idle chatter. You mentioned earlier that there was more gossip. Yes, quickly continue. Next up is a heavy-duty piece of gossip. An exclusive secret about the 8th prince, the war prince, Qin Bai. Something is not right. Just before the war prince arrived, you said there was gossip. How come as soon as he appeared, you locked onto him so precisely? Compared to the previous news, the war prince's story is much more explosive and more worth talking about. Let's prioritize the most intense ones. The war prince, Qin Bai. His mother was concubine Han. His maternal grandfather was a famous general. He left the palace at 11 and went to the borders, guarding them for 15 whole years. In those 15 years, he only returned to the capital once or twice. All the rest of the time was spent in the bitter cold and carnage of war. When he first joined the army, he followed Liu Zhiheng's example and hid his royal identity. Starting as a low-level soldier, no one knew he was a prince. He had no protection and no special treatment. He relied on his own grit and capability, struggling through the battlefield, experiencing countless life and death battles, achieving great military merits, to sit securely in his position as the war prince. All the suffering he endured alone. My God, just how many times has he been severely injured? How many life and death situations has he faced? especially that deep scar on his back, which is still blinding even after it healed. You can imagine how dangerous that wound must have been. This body full of scars was never an ugly mark. It was all his supreme merit for protecting the country and fighting in blood. Host, let's start from this deepest scar. A year ago, there was a shortage of food in the army. Qin Jinbai personally organized supplies to stabilize the army's morale, leading the operation himself. For this trip, Qin Jinbai traveled light, with only 10 personal guards, staying extremely low profile. Never did he expect that the news would be leaked. The route and number of men were all mastered by the enemy, resulting in a precise ambush. Was there a traitor in the army? Who sold out his tracks? It wasn't a last-minute defection, but a long-time plant by the enemy in the army. An old hand. After the opponent grasped all the information, they set up a death trap early on, determined to take this opportunity to kill him. The enemy mobilized many elite assassins to kill those 10 men. The accompanying guards all died in battle. None survived. The war prince fought alone, bathed in blood, killing dozens with his own power. But he was overwhelmed by numbers, and his energy was spent, eventually forced to a cliff's edge, and fell into the deep abyss. Luckily, there was a large river under the cliff. The river acted as a buffer, saving his life. He lost consciousness on the spot, washed away by the river, eventually stranded on an empty riverbank. The enemy pursuing soldiers searched the mountain quickly, not daring to stay long, and left after a sloppy search. It was precisely because they retreated in a hurry that the heavily wounded, unconscious war prince managed to survive. What happened later? How did the war prince, who was unconscious by the river, survive? Just when the war prince was dying and no one was there to save him, a noble person appeared by chance and saved him. This woman is called Bai Yining, the legitimate eldest daughter of the #1 sect in the world, Yujian Villa. Her status was noble. Her father, Bai Zhangping, had already promised her to the Liyan villas. Young villa master, Song Wu Yuan, arranging a marriage between the two families. Bai Yining had a free-spirited nature and completely disliked the cold-hearted Song Wu Yuan, explicitly resisting the marriage several times. Bai Zhangping had a deep obsession, determined that Song Wu Yuan was the perfect son-in-law, using both soft and hard tactics to force his daughter to accept, no matter how Bai Yining argued or resisted. It couldn't shake her father's decision at all. The two families had already set the date, just waiting for a few months later, when Bai Yining would be forced to marry into Liyan Villa. After several failed attempts to resist, Bai Yining finally understood her father's temperament and immediately changed her strategy, appearing submissive and compliant, feigning acceptance, while secretly planning to run away. A month later, she used the excuse of personally buying her wedding trousseau to leave Yujian Villa successfully. On the way, she cleverly ditched the accompanying guards, with only one personal maid, completely escaping the villa's control. Ha ha ha, that's too real. Ha ha ha. Seeing her play a game of wits with her old man, I'm reminded of my daily life with my mother. Exactly the same. When I go back to the palace today, I must discipline her properly. I will never indulge her again. It's all because you lot spoil her. One day she'll cause a huge disaster. So it turns out they are the ones who take the blame for the whole city. It's always been like this for so many years. Ha 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 ha. After successfully escaping the wedding and leaving Yujian Villa, Bai Yining was afraid of being caught back by her father's men, and didn't dare to travel through bustling towns. She only dared to take remote paths the whole way, taking her personal maid, Lin Qiu, traveling in distress, eating and sleeping in the open, for several days. Before completely leaving the scope of Yujian Villa's influence. That day, the two arrived by a river, physically and mentally exhausted from traveling for days, so they planned to stop and wash up and rest for a while. But who would have thought? The two looked down, and on the river beach, they discovered the unconscious war prince. At first glance, the war prince was covered in wounds, not moving at all, and both master and servant thought it was a nameless corpse. Lin Qiu boldly went up to check his breath and was shocked. He still had a faint breath, somehow surviving a great disaster. Just like that, Bai Yining immediately made the decision, and together with Lin Qiu, they dragged the heavily wounded war prince to a hidden and safe area in the forest. Miss, we are on the run ourselves and can barely take care of our own lives. We really shouldn't be sticking our necks into other people's business. We moved him to a safe area. We've already done our duty. Whether he can survive or not is up to his own fate. Oh my. This girl was clearly captivated by his looks. She was probably captured by the war prince's appearance at first glance. The host has a very keen eye, seeing through the truth at a glance. Anyone could see that. She stared at his face blankly. Her gaze went straight. Her intentions were written all over her face, it couldn't be more obvious. Ha ha ha. Bai Yining was a free-spirited girl from the martial arts world. Always informal. And once she felt a spark, she wouldn't easily let go. Even if the maid tried to stop her, she insisted on saving this strange man. She had many concerns and didn't dare to take this heavily wounded person to a medical clinic in a busy town. We are merchant family members. We were robbed by bandits. Our servants fled to the army. He is heavily injured and unconscious. We just want to rent a room in the village to stay, to recuperate in peace. At that time, Bai Yining and Lin Qiu were fleeing overnight, covered in dust, looking miserable. Their story felt very authentic. Looking at the unconscious person beside them, covered in wounds, the war prince, the village chief didn't doubt them at all, and agreed immediately. Just like that, the three lived in seclusion in a small, unknown village, settling down temporarily. After 10 whole days, the war prince, who had been unconscious for many days, finally opened his eyes, waking up. Thank you, miss, for saving my life. Han will keep this in his heart and will never forget it. He knew that if his imperial surname was exposed, his identity would inevitably be compromised, so he used his mother's surname to introduce himself as Han Jinbai. At the same time, Bai Yining also hid her true identity. The three stayed in the quiet mountain village for over half a year. Bai Yining took care of him attentively, with meticulous care. They have been living together for half a year already, and Bai Yining still hasn't won over this handsome man? The progress is way too slow. The half year they spent together had already caused them to develop feelings for each other. Their hearts were in sync. They loved each other, their roots of love running deep. Witnessed by the maid Lin Qiu, the two quietly got married, becoming husband and wife in name. Okay. They finally achieved a good ending. Lovers are finally together. I must scatter flowers to celebrate. Host, you are thinking too simply. The brief sweetness is all an illusion. The gap in their status and secrets destined the relationship not to go smoothly. A few months later, he received a secret imperial order, ordering him to return to the capital immediately. Yining, rest assured, wait for me to return to the capital, and I will report everything to the emperor, and will definitely bring you home with a grand wedding. I trust you, I will wait for you to return. But the moment Qin Jinbai left, Bai Yining collapsed and cried. Bai Yining found the secret letter Qin Jinbai dropped, and she suddenly realized that the Qin Jinbai she had lived with for months was a prince. Even his name was fake. The martial arts world and the imperial court have always been distinct, unrelated to each other, and don't interfere with each other. This love that crossed from the martial world to the imperial court was ultimately just a dream, a mirror image of the moon. Guagua, why can't a martial arts girl stay with someone from the imperial court? What kind of absurd rule is that? Rules are dead. People are alive. Everything in the world is achieved by people. But the following changes completely rewrote Bai Yining's remaining life. stressed and feeling down. The heartbroken Bai Yining remained unhappy for days. She checked her own pulse and was shocked to find that she was already pregnant. The arrival of the fetus in her womb rekindled hope in the desperate Bai Yining. She made a firm determination in her heart to live for herself, simply leaving to bear the child, nurturing the flesh and blood alone, raising the child to adulthood by herself. This girl Bai Yining is too clear-headed and free-spirited. She never drags things out when it's time to act, never clinging to the past at all. The key is that her way of thinking is too advanced. In ancient times, she actually thought of a scheme to leave the wife and keep the child. It's absurdly trendy. I truly admire her. Her perspective is simply streets ahead of most women. Not long after Bai Yining left the small village with Ling Qiu, they were precisely intercepted by the pursuers sent by Bai Zhangping. Both master and servant were dragged back to Yujian Villa. What awaited them were extreme punishments and coercion. The personal maid Ling Qiu was thrown directly into the water dungeon, suffering endless torture. Bai Zhangping was absolutely furious. He immediately forced Bai Yining to break her agreement and marry into the Liyan Villa, marrying Song Wuyuan. Driven to the edge, Bai Yining staked everything, calmly revealing all her secrets. She had long since secretly married and was already pregnant, firmly refusing to marry anyone else. Upon learning the truth, Bai Zhangping was struck with blinding rage. He became frantic and repeatedly interrogated her about the father's identity, but Bai Yining had a steely will. Refusing to utter a single word to her death, Bai Zhangping ruthlessly tried to force her to have an abortion, but Bai Yining was incredibly resolute, threatening to die rather than comply. She declared that if the child died, she would absolutely not continue to live. Bai Zhangping only had this one daughter. Heartbroken and helpless, ultimately unable to bring himself to kill his own flesh and blood, with no other choice, he had to suppress his rage and proactively call off the marriage, using heavy compensation to forcefully suppress this martial arts world scandal. So that was how this matter was quietly smoothed over. How could it possibly end so simply? Bai Zhangping couldn't get a single lead from his daughter, so he turned to the water dungeon for interrogation under duress. Ling Qiu, having suffered horrific torture, finally couldn't hold out any longer, spilling everything about the village past and the royal war prince identity. Upon learning his daughter had been deceived by someone of royal blood, secretly betrothed, and pregnant before marriage, Bai Zhangping was incandescent with rage, filled with bone-deep hatred. He swore on the spot that he would stand against the imperial court forever, living like fire and water. Not only that, he set an iron rule: the child, regardless of gender, would take the mother's surname, Bai, completely severing all ties with the royal family. To comfort his daughter, so she could focus on her pregnancy, Bai Zhangping already had Ling Qiu moved from the dungeon to serve by her side. He was even secretly calculating that once his daughter recovered after childbirth, he would find a suitable suitor, selecting some martial arts hero to marry into their family. But this private plan of his, he never revealed to Bai Yining in the slightest. Oh man, the war prince has completely lost everything, losing both his wife and child. But I truly admire Bai Yining. She is decisive and lets go easily. This advanced idea of leaving the husband to keep the child. She is truly a rare and remarkable woman for all time. Many modern people don't even have this kind of clarity and outlook. But Bai Zhangping is way too persistent, right? His daughter has already been burned once, and he still insists on arranging another marriage for her? I really don't understand that. Gua gua, to be honest. Has the war prince been completely dumped? Bai Yining's current state is truly like a leaf that touches nothing, fully embodying the principle that men are like clothes. Out with the old, in with the new. Stop looking around. These snacks are exquisite and delicious. Try some. Alright. Father Emperor, Grandmother, Mother Empress, Royal Mother Concubine. I, your son, request your blessing for my marriage to Bai Yining. The cause and effect of your relationship with Bai Yining, I am fully aware of. The imperial court and the martial arts world not interfering with one another is a century-old rule agreed upon by both sides. This marriage of yours faces many obstacles and will not be easy. No matter how difficult the path ahead, I have no fear and no regrets. Vowing to secure this relationship, the royal bloodline must never be left among the common people or renamed to an outsider's clan. Since your mind is made up, I will no longer stop you. But I have one condition. Whether you can convince Bai Zhongping to agree to the marriage depends entirely on your own capability. I will not intervene. I will not help you. My only promise is that if you succeed in marrying Bai Yining, the imperial court will never interfere in Yujian Villa's affairs, preserving the balance between the martial arts world and the court. I thank my father emperor for your grace. I thank the empress and concubines. Rise quickly. The floor is cold. Report. The Duke of Anghua's mansion has sent an invitation. 5 days from now, the heir of Anghua and Lei will marry Lady Ji. Princess Yuping is entering the family. Mother, does that mean we can go have a great feast? Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating. In this life, eating and drinking are the most important things. What is wrong with me thinking about good food? Today I have invited the royal seamstress to rush a new formal gown for our family beauty. Mother, I already have 2 banquet gowns. The styles and quality are both excellent. I am still growing. New clothes won't fit me for long anyway. It's purely a waste of money. We really don't need to do this. Listen to me, a new dress is a must. Yao Yao, stop making a fuss. Just listen to your mother's arrangements. Fine, fine. I'll listen to you both. Gua gua, they say people rely on clothes just like horses rely on saddles. Look at my outfit. A proper fairy maiden, don't you think? I have to admit, wearing this, you finally look like a proper young girl. Gua gua, can you not say something nice? What do you mean look like a proper young girl? I've always been gentle and cute. What I mean is that for those who don't know your wild nature, you look quiet and well-behaved on the surface. But once they figure out your true personality, even the best clothes won't save your image. You trashy system. Would it kill you to compliment me? Universal invincible super poisonous system. You are the universal invincible super narcissistic host. Don't you have any self-awareness about your personality? Fishing for compliments every few days. This is unbearable. I can't take it anymore. Strange, such a good center seat is empty. Who exactly is it reserved for? Gua gua, we're just ordinary banquet guests. Why were we arranged in the most core seat? I'm not sure about that either. No relevant clues. Forget it if you don't know. It's just a few seats. No big deal. Gua gua, it's so boring. Waiting for the feast to start is such torture. Host is bored? Then let's uncover some fresh gossip. Today's heavy scoop. Taking you to dig deep into the exclusive secret of Princess Amren. Finally time to spill her beans. Princess Amren is a top gossip figure in the capital. Rumors of her affairs spread all over the city. Hurry, tell me the details. Princess Amren's real name is Chen Linyue. Of noble status. The current emperor's own cousin. Her father is Prince Xian, the emperor's own uncle. A legitimate royal bloodline. Chen Linyue reached adulthood at 15 and welcomed her first marriage, marrying the newly promoted top scholar, Chai Songfeng. Before this marriage, the emperor was extremely cautious, repeatedly checking Chai's background and marital status, confirming he was single and unbetrothed, and willing to marry the princess. Before confirming the engagement, Chai Songfeng sincerely thanked the imperial grace, accepting this heaven-sent union granted by the emperor. A royal princess married off in splendor. The new scholar was the talk of the capital. Listening to this trope, it's another cliché story of a phoenix man abandoning his roots. I'm really sick of hearing this. No, it's not like that. The repetitive phoenix man story. I'm tired of it too. Don't worry. This is a brand new exclusive scoop with a major twist. Absolutely not following the old path. Then reveal it quickly. I'm ready to listen. A few months later, the marriage was set. Chen Linyue married in glory, officially taking the scholar Chai Songfeng. In the early days of their marriage, Chai Songfeng was gentle and considerate, accommodating the princess in everything, attentive in every detail. Chen Linyue was full of joy, believing she had found a wonderful husband, feeling incredibly lucky. But this fake happiness was ultimately just a flash in the pan. One day, a woman stood alone in front of the mansion with 2 children, weeping and demanding her husband in public. She declared in front of everyone that her husband was the newly appointed royal consort, Chai Songfeng. The 2 children by her side were all his own flesh and blood. Hearing such shocking news, Chen Linyue's mind went blank. She completely froze. Chai Songfeng had always been gentle and polite. She couldn't bring herself to believe that the man she entrusted her heart to could hide such a shocking secret. Even though it was hard to believe, she suppressed her emotions and rushed to the gate. I knew it. A typical case of gaining success and forgetting one's roots. He got high marks and climbed to power, and immediately despised his country wife, abandoning his wife and children. Exactly. When Chen Linyue arrived at the gate, she saw the simple-looking woman. Her daughter about 8 or 9 years old, well-behaved and shy, and the boy only 4 or 5, ignorant and helpless. The mother and children were kneeling together, looking miserable and desperate. She stepped forward to help them up. Before the emperor granted the marriage, he had repeatedly asked Chai Songfeng, confirming he had no spouse or engagement, before issuing the decree. The woman had already found out that he only divorced her after passing the exam to avoid exposing the truth. There were too many people outside the gate. Not a place for an argument. Follow me into the mansion, and wait until Chai Songfeng returns. We will confront him and clear up all the misunderstandings. Then I will come back tomorrow. That night, Chai Songfeng returned home. Hearing about the day's events, he immediately looked panicked. Knowing his secret could no longer be hidden, so he had to confess the past. Chai Songfeng admitted that he had indeed married in the countryside when young, but he argued desperately that before the imperial decree, he had already given her a letter of divorce, severing all ties. And at that time he truly had no wife. So he didn't deceive the emperor. Chen Linue calmly asked for the reason for the divorce, wanting the whole truth. But Chai Songfeng just claimed she was unvirtuous and refused to say another word. His excuse was vague and evasive, making Chen Linue's heart grow cold. Angry and unwilling to listen to any more lies, she kicked him out to the study to sleep alone that night, just that one vague excuse. And he thought he could flip the page? That's way too half-hearted. There's no way it's that easy to gloss over. The real drama is just beginning. Young Banksia had been an orphan since childhood, still in swaddling clothes. When Old Man Yang, a solitary medicine gatherer, found and raised her, Old Man Yang lived a lonely life, and since she was found with medicinal herbs, he named her Banksia. Since childhood, the grandfather and granddaughter lived together, struggling to survive by gathering herbs. Under his influence, Banksia became an expert in herbs, mastering the craft of medicine gathering. And then? What kind of hardships did she face in her life? When young Banksia was 13, her only relative, Old Man Yang, passed away. To survive and stand on her own feet, the helpless girl agreed when Chai Songfeng proposed. She observed filial piety, mourning her foster father for 3 years, setting a marriage date for after the period. For 3 full years, Chai Songfeng studied behind closed doors, preparing for the exams. All his study expenses, paper and ink, were earned by young Banksia gathering herbs on the mountain, day and night, earning every penny. After the 3-year mourning period, Banksia married into the Chai family as promised, living a down-to-earth life. After marriage, she managed the household, working tirelessly, and the Chai family's life got better. Later, she gave birth to a son and daughter. A perfect family. It should have been a peaceful life. Chai Songfeng passed the exam and entered high society. Banksia waited daily for them to move to the capital, but all she got was a divorce letter, falsely accusing her of being unvirtuous, and claiming she ruined the Chai family's reputation, forcing her out and demanding she take the children. It's outrageous. It's clearly a smear campaign. He only passed the exam because Banksia supported him. She raised the children and served his parents, only to be treated like this. He's an ungrateful dog. His parents were also ruthless and greedy, hating Banksia once their son became successful, eager to get rid of her. Why would he abandon his own children too? Leaving the kids would eventually expose his scam. Chai Songfeng is extremely selfish, with a dark mind. To please the royal family, he abandoned his own flesh and blood. Wait. Marriages must be registered. How could he hide it? That's the most vicious part of the Chai family scheme. Their marriage was never registered, and their names aren't in the family records. This wasn't a divorce. It was calculated deception. Exactly. The Chai family faked the whole thing. Banksia was heartbroken, but she could support herself. But she couldn't swallow this injustice. Gua gua. I feel like I smell a strong scent of conspiracy. The person who helped her has a clear motive. When young Banksia was at a dead end, a mysterious person appeared and advised her to take the children to the capital. and demand justice in person. She couldn't just swallow this loss, no matter how noble the princess is. She can't use power to steal another woman's husband. If you bring this to the capital, Chen Liyue will have no leverage. No marriage registration, no names in the records. Impossible. Say that again. This can't be true. From beginning to end, the Chai family set a trap. So all these years, what did I mean to the Chai family? The Tianfeng dynasty laws are clear. Even concubines must be registered, but Yang Bangxia had no name or status. Not even a concubine. Just a servant the Chai family hid away. She was a clean, innocent woman. And they destroyed her life. This family is shameless. Yang Bangxia is so miserable, giving everything to support her husband, only to lose everything. Her name and reputation destroyed. A total pack of wolves. At dawn the next day, Yang Bangxia was still standing with her children outside the princess's mansion. Chai Songfeng happened to be inside, and hearing she was back, he lost his composure. He rushed out of the gate. The children hadn't seen their father in a long time. Their eyes lit up, and they ran forward to grab his legs. "Daddy, why won't you come home? We missed you so much." The young crying echoed through the street, making people's hearts ache. Chen Liyue stepped out of the gate, seeing this scene with her own eyes. She froze on the spot. Yang Bangxia saw her and immediately pulled her children behind her, full of caution. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, and it became noisy. Obviously no longer a place for reasoning. Chai Songfeng saw this and quickly tried to de-escalate, signaling them to enter the mansion to talk, but Yang Bangxia refused, shutting down Chai's attempt to hide things privately. Not knowing Chen Liyue's character, she had to be careful and protect herself, which was the right thing to do. There, in front of everyone, Bangxia confronted Chai Songfeng, tearing off the Chai family's mask of hypocrisy. "The money for your studies all these years, I earned every penny of it. And supporting your family, I did that too. I worked day and night, never complaining. But your family was lying to me all along. No marriage documents, no records of me or my children. I slaved away for your family, and ended up with no status at all. So all those years of marriage were just a carefully designed trap? This divorce letter claims I'm unvirtuous, but I was working day and night to keep the family alive, feeding you all. What did I do wrong? Why treat me like this? If the princess hadn't used her status to force a divorce, we wouldn't be in this situation. We are driven to the edge with nowhere to live. How much further will you push us? There are no winners here." Yang Bangxia is miserable, but Chen Liyue is also wronged. She did nothing, yet carries the stigma of stealing a husband. She's so wronged. Host, this is just the beginning. It will only get more cruel. Chen Liyue explained everything, but no one believed her. The princess was seen as a spoiled brat, using power to crush others, stealing someone else's husband. Shameless seductress. What a disgrace. Bad news travels fast, and in 3 short days, the scandal spread throughout the capital. Everyone knew about it. Chen Liyue was pampered since birth. beloved by everyone. But the sudden public condemnation completely broke her spirit. After nearly breaking down, she thought long and hard and made a decision. She was a victim too. She wanted to divorce Chai Song-feng and collect all the evidence to clear her name. But before she could finish gathering evidence, this shameless vixen, it and hashtag 39, a real disgrace. Good things dawn and hashtag 39, T travel far. Bad news travels fast. In just 3 days, the turmoil at the gates of the princess and hashtag 39's mansion swept through the entire capital. The brain was in an uproar. All people know, Chen Liyue was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Beloved, the sudden outpouring of insults from the entire city, it completely shattered his mentality. After several collapses, he pondered for a long time. Make up your mind. He was also a victim. He wants to divorce Chai Haifeng. Furthermore, all evidence must be collected. The characters are upright and innocent. But before Chen Luoyue could finish collecting the evidence, clearing his name, but a greater tragedy suddenly struck. For days, Chen Linyue washed her face with tears. Hiding behind closed doors, she intentionally kept to herself to avoid trouble. But she was still caught in the storm, crushed until she could barely breathe. Yet the turmoil did not cease. The oppressive atmosphere grew even heavier. Yang Bangxia appeared again before the princess's mansion, breaking down in tears, kneeling and crying out, "What have I done? Give me back my 2 children." Only then did the crowd realize that Yang Bangxia's 2 children had vanished into thin air. And at the scene of the disappearance, a handkerchief embroidered with Chen Linyue's name was found. Chen Linyue stared at that handkerchief, her face instantly turning pale. "This is my... I lost it a few days ago. I looked everywhere but couldn't find it. This handkerchief had been long lost, stolen by someone, specifically to frame her. I have never harmed any children. This is a malicious frame-up. Immediately notify the authorities. Everyone, search in different directions. I must find those children." 2 days later, the children were found. But what came was not good news, but a nightmare. The 2 young children had already ceased to breathe. Yang Bangxia saw her children's bodies with her own eyes and collapsed instantly, clinging tightly to them while crying in agony, fainting multiple times from grief. Ah. After Yang Bangxia slowly regained consciousness, she faced the final and most cruel blow. The 2 young children, who should have been laid to rest according to tradition, were heartlessly ordered by their biological father, Chai Song-feng, to be cremated immediately. There is no greater pain in the world than parents burying their children. And as a mother, Yang Bangxia simply could not accept the cruel truth of her children's tragic deaths. In just a few short days, she lost all desire to live. After her health slightly improved, she slammed her head against the gates of the princess's mansion, dying on the spot. With the deaths of the mother and her 2 children, this storm completely ignited the anger of the people in the capital. Chai Song-feng and Chen Linyue's reputations were ruined, becoming the objects of the entire city's scorn. Crowds gathered before the mansion every day, throwing vegetable leaves and rotten eggs without stopping. Some even splashed filth in the middle of the night. Whenever the mansion servants went out, they were insulted in public, or even ambushed and beaten while hooded. The emperor, having no choice, had to send heavy guards, stationed day and night at the mansion, to forcefully suppress the public unrest. Meanwhile, Chai Songfeng had already been thrown into prison, awaiting judgment. Half a month later, all investigators returned to the capital, bringing back complete evidence. The emperor ordered a public trial for the case. Hearing the news, the people gathered to watch. A sea of people. Piece by piece, the ironclad evidence was laid out. The truth was finally revealed to the world. So, the mysterious black-clad figure causing trouble was really a spy from an enemy state? Yes, indeed, an agent planted by an enemy nation. In that case, Chen Linyue was truly innocent, taking the fall for so long, being insulted and slandered by the whole city, suffering so much injustice. Yes, her life has been far too rough. And the tragedy wasn't over yet. After Chai Songfeng was publicly beheaded, Chen Linyue had an accidental miscarriage. She hadn't even known she was pregnant. These past days, due to her distress, she suffered sudden abdominal pain, followed by bleeding, and the child was lost. After the physician examined her, he bluntly stated that Chen Linyue was already prone to fertility issues. And after this major trauma, she would never be able to conceive again. From the relentless frame-ups and insults, to the ruined marriage, the loss of her child, and the devastating blow of lifelong infertility, the once bright, gentle, smiling princess completely changed as a person. In the days that followed, Chen Linyue became increasingly silent, with no trace of a smile in her eyes. She would sit quietly for days, no one knowing what past and worries were hidden in her heart. Then, how did that reputation as a flower widow that spread throughout the capital come about? A year after the chaos subsided, the princess consort, feeling pity for her daughter's loneliness, quietly arranged to find a new marriage for Chen Linyue. Chen Linyue was beautiful and stunning, with outstanding character, only to have met the wrong person and suffered a harsh fate. The number of young noblemen seeking her hand was still countless, but those who came were either elderly and frail, or had physical disabilities, or were simply mediocre, aging men, with not a single worthy match. The princess consort was full of disdain, finding none of them acceptable, worrying until she couldn't sleep or eat. But the person in question, Chen Linyue, wasn't concerned at all. A misguided marriage had exhausted all her expectations. She no longer wished to step into the world of marriage again. I don't know when it started, but she completely lived in a way the world couldn't understand. Whenever she met a handsome man who was to her liking, and who didn't mind her past, she would have them stay in a private residence outside the city. Now, in her villa, she keeps 7 or 8 handsome young men, spending every day in their company. Ha ha ha. Since ancient times, men have had multiple concubines and indulged in pleasure. But for a woman to act so recklessly and openly is unprecedented. And because of this, Chen Linyue's reputation as a flamboyant, uninhibited woman spread throughout the capital, known by everyone. I don't think there's anything wrong with this at all. Why can men have multiple wives and be promiscuous, while women must adhere to rituals and be restricted? As long as one is powerful enough, having wealth and status, a woman can just as easily live like a queen, making the world look up to her. On this point, I am definitely on Chen Linyue's side. The crown is also on her side. Not caring about worldly eyes, living freely and uninhibited, is truly cool. What is going on today? Why is everyone looking at me so often? Guagua, this bit of gossip is over. Why hasn't Enlei returned from picking up his bride? I've been waiting for a long time. Ancient wedding procedures are cumbersome. The groom rides a horse, leading the procession, with a huge team and many people, so the pace is naturally slow. I see, then it looks like we'll have to wait a while longer. Indeed, it's still early. Host, if you feel bored, let's continue gossiping. Great, great. Continue, continue. See the wife of Marquis N sitting on the right? I see her. What about her? Next, we will dig deep into the shocking and little-known gossip about her. Tell me, what is it? I'm sitting here ready for more. The Marchioness of Enns is named Xu Ran, the daughter of the top merchant family, the Xu clan, in the Tianfeng kingdom. The Xu family's shops span across 3 kingdoms, with vast family assets, wealthy enough to rival a nation, never lacking gold or silver. Her uncle, as the head of the family, knowing merchants have low status, donated money to buy a 7th-rank minor title, with no real power or job, purely for appearance. No one from the Xu family serves in key court positions, which has always been the uncle's greatest regret. Because of this obsession, when Xu Ran reached the age of marriage, her uncle rejected countless excellent suitors, waiting for the perfect opportunity, until the destitute Marquis N's, Zhu Lingfeng, came to ask for her hand. Only then did her uncle finally feel moved. He didn't rush to promise, but sent people to carefully investigate the Marquis's house. The findings were clear. The Marquis's mansion had no power or influence. The coffers were empty, completely fallen. That wasn't an issue. Her uncle didn't care at all. If they lacked money or power, the Xu family's deep pockets could easily cover it all. What satisfied him most was that Zhu Lingfeng's household was clean. No maids or concubines. Seemingly upright, with a clean reputation. After much thought, her uncle immediately locked in this marriage. So this whole thing was decided by her uncle? Didn't he ask for Xu Ran's opinion? Her uncle was fairly enlightened. He did indeed ask for her heart. And Xu Ran had secretly visited in disguise. Seeing Zhu Lingfeng's handsome face, tall and upright figure, and felt moved, so she nodded in agreement. In the ritual-strict ancient times, arranged marriages were the norm. So her uncle doing this much was truly rare. With the marriage set, Xu Ran brought an extraordinarily vast dowry and married in style. Everyone thought she was about to enjoy a fulfilling marriage. As she stepped into the En's marquee mansion, on the first day of marriage, the mother-in-law couldn't wait to hand over the management of the mansion. Before she could even familiarize herself with the house, all the power was dumped into her hands. It looked like trust and respect, but it felt more like a calculated trap. The mother and son had long been prepared to rely on her to fill the mansion's massive debts, but they never expected the pit in the mansion to be deeper than imagined. The grand mansion didn't have a single copper coin to its name. Only after taking charge did Xu Ran discover the mansion was already beyond its means. Even for daily meals, they were surviving on watery porridge. The vast En's mansion was already just an empty shell barely kept afloat. Even more absurd was that the betrothal gifts and wedding expenses were all borrowed by the Chu family from everywhere. Fortunately, thanks to the Xu family's generous dowry, the equivalent wealth returned with Xu Ran to the mansion. But while the wealth returned, the debts didn't disappear. These borrowed silver and funds eventually had to be repaid piece by piece. Having anticipated this, Xu Ran didn't hesitate at all, taking out her own dowry, immediately wiping out all the mansion's debts. This massive amount of debt, to her, was barely a drop in the ocean. Not worth mentioning. Seeing all the bad accounts cleared, Chu Lingfeng and his mother both sighed in relief, their faces full of liberation. I finally see clearly now. This Chu Lingfeng didn't marry a wife. He clearly found himself. The whole destitute mansion found itself a natural, limitless ATM. These two are like a classic case of a fool and his money. One calculatedly plots, the other is willingly duped. Absurd to the extreme. Host, calm down. Don't get so angry. The good stuff is still to come. Xu Ran will later have a complete awakening, turning the tide against them. Then hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, I'm really going to be infuriated by this family's actions. In the early days of marriage, Chu Lingfeng was still gentle and thoughtful to Xu Ran, pampering her in every way. But just half a year later, when Xu Ran became pregnant, Chu Lingfeng used the excuse that she shouldn't be exhausted during pregnancy, and never stepped into her courtyard ever again. Even after Xu Ran gave birth safely and finished her confinement, he remained cold and distant, visiting only once a month as a formality, and nowhere to be found the rest of the time. Not long after, Chu Lingfeng borrowed a task far away, claiming to be gone for half a year. Xu Ran, though full of reluctance and worried, still carefully packed all his luggage. But when the half-year period was up, what arrived was not the returning man, but news of a tragedy. Chu Lingfeng had contracted a severe illness abroad, beyond medical help, with not much time left, and was being rushed back to the capital's mansion. He's out already? Half a year ago he was fit as a fiddle, spirited and energetic. And in just half a year he's severely ill and dying? Indeed, heaven is watching those who do evil. Such a calculating, vicious person. Even heaven couldn't stand it. Host, don't rush to comment. Keep listening. The truth is far darker than you imagine. During that time, she ran. Washed her face with tears every day, in unbearable grief. Yet in front of others she had to act calm. Often comforting her mother-in-law and husband. But on a certain dark night, a whispered conversation completely shattered the illusion. She ran, unable to rest while worrying about her husband. Went to visit him late at night, only to accidentally overhear the private conversation between the mother-in-law and Chu Lingfeng, revealing the shocking scam. Chu Lingfeng was not sick at all. He had been taking a special drug for years, which, when the effect kicked in, made him look frail, pale, appearing as if he were dying of a severe illness. Even hard for famous physicians to detect. The mother and son had it all calculated. In a few more days, Chu Lingfeng would take a fake death drug, stop breathing, and make his escape. His entire plan was a fake death scheme to escape, completely fleeing the mansion, leaving the huge, debt-ridden mansion, and all the responsibilities of caring for the elders entirely on Xu Ran's shoulders. Even more viciously, as early as when Xu Ran was pregnant, the seemingly pure Chu Lingfeng had already secretly kept 3 mistresses outside. He was afraid that if Xu Ran found out the truth and left, it would cut off his financial lifeline. That's why he carefully staged this fake death play. He wanted to do what he truly wanted. To escape and leave, living a carefree life with his mistress, while sitting back and enjoying the Xu family's wealth. The mother-in-law was even more greedy, promising on the spot to secretly send Chu Lingfeng 2,000 taels of silver notes every month, for him and his mistress to live comfortably, in luxury and pleasure. After all, in their eyes, the Xu family was never lacking in money, and Xu Ran was just an ATM they could manipulate for life. I am truly eye-opened. This Chu family mother and son's abacus was simply world-shaking. For the sake of his own pleasure, Chu Lingfeng dumped the responsibility of supporting his mother, keeping up the mansion, and raising the child onto his wife, his original wife, living off her wealth, spending her hard-earned money, while keeping a mistress outside. Simply shameless to the extreme. I've seen people who calculate, but I've never seen such a layer-by-layer layout. A step-by-step trap family like this. That night, she ran. Didn't know how she crawled back to her room. She sat alone in the empty room, staring blankly for the entire night. A bone-chilling cold spread through her whole body. She finally completely woke up. That from beginning to end, she was just the sucker and ATM the Chu mother and son had manipulated. This family never treated her with sincerity, full of nothing but calculation and exploitation. Since they were ruthless first, then don't blame her for being heartless later. Looks like Xu Ran is finally completely awake, ready for a counterattack. Exactly. After that night, Xu Ran completely shed her softness, secretly sending people to keep a close eye on the mother and son. She focused on the mother, knowing the key antidote for the fake death was always in the mother's hands. She watched coldly, waiting for the mother and son to finish their absurd play, waiting for the other party to reveal all their flaws, to strategically plan a precise response. That's it. Shu Ran finally got rid of the love brain and woke up to power up. Watching her blindly give and be bullied before, I almost had a heart attack. Hurry, tell me what happened next. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The show went on as scheduled. Chu Lingfeng took the so-called fake death drug on time and immediately stopped breathing, just like he had died. The mother immediately put on a tragic show, sobbing and wailing in front of the coffin, in sheer agony. But no one expected Shu Ran to be better at acting than her. Dressed in mourning clothes, her face pale, she cried until she was broken-hearted, swaying as if she would fall, collapsing to the ground from grief several times. My Marquis, how could you have the heart to leave our widow and orphans behind? To go off alone? Open your eyes and look. Without you, how are we to live? How are we supposed to survive? Mother, let me stay with my husband a little longer. Let me look at him a few more times. Look at him properly. Look closely. Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Shu Ran's acting skills are legendary. A top-tier performer. Crying heartbreakingly on the outside, while secretly delivering body blows on the inside. So satisfying. The mother was frustrated the whole time, daring not to object or intervene. She completely deserved it. The best part is that Chu Lingfeng, in his fake death state, felt absolutely nothing, taking a brutal beating. Truly incredibly unlucky. Only when she had cried until she was tired, did Shu Ran slowly get up and settle her emotions, organizing the funeral in an orderly fashion. According to ancient customs, a coffin must be held for 7 days before it can be closed and buried. During these 7 days, Shu Ran never let her guard down, having people watch the coffin day and night, closely monitoring the mother's every move. She knew clearly that the so-called antidote had to be taken within 7 days to work. Once over time, Chu Lingfeng would truly, completely die. Everyone has worked hard these days. Before the time arrives, go eat some hot food first. We'll need energy to bury the coffin later. The key moment is coming. Don't stall. Tell me what happened. Everyone else left, leaving only her trusted people at the scene. The mother was no longer cautious, quickly taking out the hidden antidote and placing it into Chu Lingfeng's mouth. According to their earlier agreement, after the medicine was taken, he would wake up shortly after. While waiting for him to wake up, the mother immediately ordered someone to bring over a prepared corpse, placing it quietly to the side. She had already planned it all, waiting for Chu Lingfeng to open his eyes and escape, then use this corpse to replace him in the coffin, deceiving everyone to cover their tracks. That mother really planned it all so well. Even the escape route was laid out, but the substitute corpse looked nothing like Chu Lingfeng. Won't they be discovered once the coffin is sealed for burial? The body's face was specially touched up beforehand, the makeup blurring his original features. Besides, the mother had already paid a fortune to bribe all the officials and the craftsmen handling the coffin. Taking someone's money means you keep your mouth shut, so even if they noticed subtle clues, no one dared to say a single word. Good heavens, she really was fully prepared. Every step was calculated with no room for error. Everything seemed perfectly set, yet the most critical point was still unknown. After waiting for a long time, Chu Lingfeng remained with his eyes tightly closed, with no signs of breathing. There wasn't the slightest sign of him waking up. What's going on? Didn't you say he would wake up in a moment? Why is there no movement after so long? Host, there has never been a harmless fake death drug in this world. From beginning to end, it was a deadly scam. What Chu Lingfeng swallowed originally was a genuine, potent poison. The poison acts extremely fast, taking one's life the instant it enters the mouth. Afterward, the complexion remains like sleep, as if resting peacefully, with no traces of poisoning. Even a divine doctor would find it hard to distinguish. The cruelest part is, this poison has no antidote at all. My god, the plan completely backfired. Scheming against others for a lifetime, only to end up killing her own son. Truly, you bring this upon yourself. Heaven's cycle of cause and effect. Retribution is never late. Mother, I understand you love your son and can't let go. But the deceased must be respected. Time waits for no one. We must not delay the burial hour. Please, mother, move aside quickly. Move aside. Do you know your manners? Lingfeng, he isn't dead. He just took the fake death medicine. Utterly ridiculous. How dare you cause such a scene? Do you know what impact this will have on the Chu family? First, investigate the condition of the person in the coffin, and invite a doctor to examine him. To everyone, the Marquis passed away from a potent poison 7 days ago. He is completely lifeless now, with no possibility of survival. Impossible. How could it be like this? Madam, you fainted. Exactly, truly, you don't die if you don't seek death. Chu Lingfeng is a perfect example of a fool. Oh, Guagua, you're even using fancy idioms now? You've made great progress. Host, don't underestimate me. I am a system filled with vast knowledge. Alright, I know you're cultured, stop showing off. Tell me what happened next. After the Chu mother woke up, learning that her son was buried and gone forever, she fainted on the spot again. This illness completely broke her health, leaving her paralyzed and useless after she woke up. Now it's finally perfect. The An's mansion is now completely controlled by Xu Ran. She has finally made it to the top. Xu Ran focuses on raising her young son, and the mansion still has opportunities to rise. Xu Ran discovered the mother's plan to swap the body, to let Chu Lingfeng escape through a fake death. Who knew that the fake death medicine they thought was clever would actually become a fatal poison? This must be the cycle of karma. It really is perfect now. The An's mansion is finally under Xu Ran's control. From then on, Xu Ran cut off all the troublesome affairs, focusing on raising her young son and living a peaceful, stable life. This is what you call being clear-headed in this world, holding the power of the mansion, possessing great wealth, living freely on her own. We are the Marquis' concubines. Now that he is gone, the mansion must give us a settlement. You claim to be the Marquis' concubines, but do you have official government documentation? With no proof. This is just attempted extortion, since there is no official proof. Do you have witnesses or letters proving your relationship with the Marquis? If you continue to harass us, I will send you to the authorities for investigation. Well played. Xu Ran can finally have some peace. Over the years, many powerful families came to propose marriage, advising her to find a good partner, but she politely declined them all. Men only slow down a woman's sword-swinging speed. What if she encounters another scum and repeats the same mistakes? Indeed, being alone and stable is the best ending. The groom is back from the wedding procession. Host, I've detected a new, huge revelation. It's about the princess's trump card after marriage. Shall we dive into it right away? This dowry lineup is not simple. The king and queen dote on their young daughter, fearing she would be mistreated after marrying into the mansion. They specifically prepared a powerful dowry lineup for the princess. This arrangement is way too exaggerated. This is just the beginning. There are more arrangements to come. 15 nannies, each with their own specialty. All affairs in the mansion were well arranged. 20 martial guards, all highly skilled, trained meticulously by the king's mansion. This is spoiling their daughter too much. Regular families don't have this kind of setup when marrying off a daughter. Host, I might be entering an upgrade phase soon. Upgrade? Why so sudden? I don't know the reason either. There have been frequent signs of upgrading lately. You were always stable before. Why the consecutive upgrades? Perhaps some force is driving the system to grow. I can't determine the specific reason. The system only detects that energy is constantly accumulating. Did something special happen recently? But I haven't done anything special. An upgrade is always a good thing. The host doesn't need to worry. An upgrade is a good thing. But what will happen while you're asleep? If I encounter danger, can I still rely on you? Although I cannot communicate actively, basic defense functions still exist. If the host faces a life-threatening crisis, the system will automatically trigger a protection mechanism. That's good. Since it's an upgrade, then I'll wait for you to come back. Host, I'm about to enter the upgrade sleep state. I won't be able to communicate with you during this time. The host must take good care of herself. Suddenly getting quiet, I'm really not used to it. It's rare to be this idle recently. Staying in the mansion all day isn't the solution. How about the family goes out for a walk? Going to the lake to enjoy the scenery will lift our spirits. Lake trip sounds great. Yao Yao, you must be Yao Yao, right? I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. Yes. The road is so boring, why don't we play a game? That actually sounds interesting. I want to try. Wait, is this the right move? What's going on? You learned how to play on your first try? Yao Yao, we won this round too. How could this happen? I was the one teaching you. Is this the legendary teaching the apprentice to starve? The master? Alright. Let's call it a day. Yao Yao, are you afraid of losing the next round? How could that be? I just noticed it's getting late. Why is it so sticky? Don't mess around. I'll have someone get water to clean it up. I'll definitely win it back next time. Yao Yao, you are really too interesting. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Why are you holding it back? I'm not. I just think the wind by the lake is strong. Yao Yao, were you doing that on purpose all along? No way. Miss, I'm seasick. What's wrong with you? Miss, hang in there. Drink some water to calm down. Should we dock and rest? It's fine to stop the trip today. We finally rented the boat. It would be a waste to go back now. If I had known I'd be seasick, I shouldn't have forced myself. What's happening outside? Miss, it seems something happened ahead. The child fell into the water and stopped moving. Perhaps there's still a chance. Please, head over there. I want to see the child. There's still a chance. Girl, please save my child. Don't worry. I will do my best. Xiaobao, my son. Open your eyes. Miss, you can't. Men and women must keep their distance. This will ruin your reputation. Stop talking nonsense. Save him. Yao Yao, since men and women are different, I'll do it. I am his mother. Miss 9, teach me. Pinch the nose, pinch the lips, and breathe air into him. The chest should rise, then release. Okay, 1, 2, 3, blow. Keep going. He hasn't breathed for so long. He won't wake up. Give up. My son, why is it so tragic? Don't listen to them. Ah. My baby. You scared me to death. Quick, take the child to see a doctor. Make sure there's no lasting harm. Thank you for saving his life. May I ask for the girl's name? I will definitely visit and repay you later. It was just a small effort, don't worry about it. Miss, how are you feeling? Rest for a moment. My whole body feels weak. And I feel very dizzy. Girl, wait. This old man begged you to teach me this method. This method is called cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Press 30 times, give 2 breaths, and repeat the cycle. Wonderful. Restoring circulation via external force. Truly a miraculous technique. This method only applies to short-term drowning. You must look after your children carefully and avoid water hazards. You shared this selflessly and have a compassionate heart. I thank you for your life-saving kindness. If you ever need anything, this old man will definitely do my best to help and never refuse. Song Yaya felt unwell, so she didn't stay long, returning home accompanied by the crowd. This life-saving effort left her exhausted and physically weak. She slept soundly for 2 full days after returning home. After careful recuperation, she finally regained her spirits. After resting for a few days, Song Yaoyao recovered, idly reading a picture book in her room. Miss, an honorable guest has come to visit. The family of the young boy that you rescued previously. Our whole family is here to thank you for your great kindness. It was all thanks to you for saving our bloodline. Saving a life was just a small effort. I absolutely cannot accept such heavy gifts, since it's a token of our appreciation. Yao Yao, just accept it. If you ever have any need, our family will spare no effort. Thank you, old madam. Yao Yao will visit tomorrow to discuss things with the old madam. I understand. I look forward to your visit tomorrow. After the guests left, Song Yao Yao quickly put the banknotes into her purse. Haha, hee hee. Quickly hide them. This is my private money. Miss, you have finally come. The old madam has been waiting for a long time. I visited today, wanting to collaborate with your family to open a brand new gourmet hot pot restaurant. Hot pot? I've been in the food industry for a long time, yet I've never heard of such a thing. Hearing is false, seeing is believing. Please allow me to use the kitchen. So fragrant. In all my life, I've never smelled anything this fragrant. Miss Song, how are we supposed to use this table full of raw meat and vegetables? Just swish it in the boiling soup. Dip it in the sauce, and enjoy. Everyone followed suit and tried it, curiously putting the swished meat into their mouths. Fresh, spicy, and rich. Excellent, it's so delicious. This way of eating is truly a clever idea. If this opens in the city, it will definitely become a craze. My family will definitely collaborate with you on this business. All the venue and funds will be supported by us. Yao Yao drafted a contract for a 40/60th split. Please take a look, old madam. You provide funds and the venue, you get 60%. I provide the recipe and business ideas, I'll take 40%. Reasonable and fair. You are truly a business genius, girl. Host, stop playing. We still have a morning court session tomorrow. Oh, Guagua. It's so hard to return to modern life. One last time. Let's finish the Ferris wheel and then we'll go back. Guagua, look, someone is setting off fireworks. It's so beautiful. Wow, how beautiful. Host, we really have to go back. Guagua. Just half an hour more, please. I don't want to leave. Isn't that Song Yao Yao? It's really the living Song Yao Yao. And Gua Gua? Weren't they supposed to be in ancient times? Needless to say, Little Minister Song must be having too much fun to come back. Song Yao Yao. Darling, why are you still playing here? The second part is already over. Hurry back and prepare for the third season. That's right, that's right. Our new life has been reported. All the civil and military officials are waiting for the third season. The fans are all waiting. Finally, someone helped me convince her. We're preparing. We're preparing. Hee hee, for the third season. This system has finally ushered in a comprehensive upgrade. I am very strong, so everyone, please look forward to our third season. We will definitely return.